Oh, man. Alright, let's try some streaming today. Let's see how this works. Testing microphone, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, man. Alright, let's try some streaming today. Okay, so that works. How about YouTube? YouTube, we live? It's just really far behind. Oh, man. Alright, let's try. So YouTube is working. Camera adjusted. And let's go ahead and turn this on. There we go. Turn off that studio mode so I'm not adjusting the camera anymore. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, Shempasta. Welcome, Interhype. Welcome, Yuzen. Nice to see you again. There's Tech Zero. Asmer, brother. I think I actually know a little bit of German. Guten Morgen, mein Bruden. That's probably all the German I know. That's just good morning, my brother. If I remember the little bit I know. You sent me something I may like in my direct messages. All right. What do we got? Star Citizen MKXL version pack by Icon City. Oh, is this the icon pack? For, or you're trying to hack my computer? We'll find out. Tech Zero is about to either give me something amazing or is he going to get banned permanently from the stream? Let's roll that dice. So it's a zip file. Let's scan with Microsoft Defender. Make sure it's not a virus. He's like, I'm not trying to hack you, Vertigo. I'm just trying to give you custom icons for your stream deck. Let's see here. Extract files here. Okay. Icon files. Oh, we actually have animated stuff, too. Let's take a look at this. So we have icon library. We have the Steam Deck profiles. License. Okay, there's a license. This icon pack agreed upon in terms of license. You're permitted to use these icon to customize your Stream Deck or similar device for personal commercial use. Modify icons to your preference needs. Sell, sub-license, distribute, redistribute icons in any form. Well, you just redistributed these icons to me. Tech Zero. You can't redistribute. Use the icons in a way to infringe upon any third-party intellectual property rights. Claim ownership or authorship of these icons. Warranty. The icons are provided as is. There's no event shall icons need to be liable for damages. Disagreement effective terminated. Governing law. It's pretty thin, basic. What's this? The launch icon. Chrome, thanks for that resub. Thank you so much.
_X just resubscribed for 31 months. 31.
Yep.
I must be crazy, D.
You must be crazy to be here. I actually updated like GIMP. Close that. Okay, so that's the... I would just use like the Star Citizen icon instead of this one. Like the default icon for Star Citizen. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere on my hard drive. There's a... Probably in bin? What the fuck all this stuff is? Oh, this is like... Yeah, see, there's a start... There has to be an icon for Star Citizen somewhere. This icon itself. Or I could just make it. But this is where like Reshade puts all my goddamn screenshots. Debug log, easy anti-cheat live. Screenshots. I'd rather just use that icon. Than use the XL City, whatever this is, icon city pack. I don't like that launch icon. Also, there's a better way to open this with like paint or something. I don't know. We have Stream Deck profiles, icon library, icon files. So you have animated ones. Apparently photos. So you have animated icons. This one looks like it's just for like communication. You have a spinny bullet one. Whatever the heck this is. I don't think these are specifically for Star Citizen. They're very generic with whatever they mean. These are probably like background things. DNA. Well, whatever that is. Just a spinny tire rim. A tank? That's a Nova tank. I recognize that. This is probably the wheel off the Grey Cat PTV. Good old arc-like pistol. Yeah, some of these I don't think are like Star Citizen specific. I mean, if you want like a red alert button, there you go. This I vaguely recognize from the very early build of Star Citizen, like the targeting reticle was really busy. Good old, I think Bulldog laser repeaters, could be Badger as well. That's the old model though. That dates this icon pack. There's the Gladius. Lockpicking tool from Starfield? It could be. Just whatever the hell that is. Yeah. I don't think I'd use this. There's a lot of stuff in here I just wouldn't use, because it's just... What is that? What is this supposed to mean? What is any of this stuff supposed to mean? We have camera stuff. Okay, so this is just for like general camera controls. Gotcha. Cargo. Hey, do we have a fire beam? Is this animated? Or is it just like a static JPEG? Okay, this is like the configuration utility I have. What's the difference between two of these? Oh, they're just one's just a little squishy to let you know that you've actually pressed it. Little toggle. You have combat stuff. Blank green, bombing impact, marker. Enter remote turret would be nice. So some of these I'd actually use. Helmet respawn green. Stored helmet. That's kind of use. Wipe visor. I'd keep that on my keyboard. The wipe the visor instead of putting it on the Stream Deck. I'd rather not take my hands off the keyboard to press something on the Stream Deck. Missile operator mode. Again, I'm not going to use the Stream Deck for missile operator mode. That's a little too... That's something you probably want on the keyboard. Pip lines. Maybe pip lines I'd put on the Stream Deck. Precision targeting. No, that's something you put on the keyboard. Is this animated? Shield spawn. Yeah, it is. That's cool. It does give me an idea to make my own icons. Reset to auto. Shield left animated. Yeah, I kind of like some of these ideas. Like shield control. Turret control folder. Turret ESPN. Decoy. Again, decoy, not something you put on Stream Deck. Unless you have it, like, literally underneath your fingers. Maybe turret zoom. There's some good emotes in here. Oh, got the emotes. The emotes, definitely. Emotes folder. Yeah, and give people the clap. You get someone to come and then give them the clap. I do like the emotes folder. Mining. Definitely for ship-based mining, this is great. Consumables. Yeah, you can reach up and press the consumable buttons. You almost want consumables to be on your keyboard, underneath your hand or on your joystick or something. Because you don't want to have to take your hand off your keyboard. I like some of the ideas they have in here, like the different colors for like different modes. Moby Glass, not really. On foot stuff. Again, for on foot stuff, I'd probably not put them on the salvage. Definitely salvage would be on the Moby Glass or on the Elgato Stream Deck. Docking. And then we have the 320 updates. We have the 322, 4.0. You have legacy buttons. Ta-da. That's pretty cool. On foot. Stream Deck navigation. Legacy, decoy. I think this pack is pretty decent. Gives me some ideas. I like the borders around it. Around the buttons. I don't like this. Okay, so there has to be a way to get that icon. Here we go. Star Citizen data. No, it's under bin. Let's see here. Create shortcuts. Properties. Details. Change icon. Browse. I want to know where this icon is for Star Citizen. Change icon. Look for icons in Robert Space Industries Live. Bins for Starfish and EXE. Google the Star Citizen logo. I guess that I should have the Star Citizen like icon on my computer somewhere, right? So, but I guess we're just gonna Google. We also have, like, you know, more icon packs. First, Well, you can do that one, but I want the one from like the I want this one. Well, my problem is their logo is not exactly the one I would use. Star Citizen logo. I can also, because the logo, well, god damn it. Because this isn't going to change size. Print screen, because GIMP is already open. Let's see here, 1920 by 1080. Okay. Edit, paste, pasted layer. That's good. Let's see here. Now there is. There we go. Okay, so that's the problem. It's only a 96 by 80, and I think Stream Deck needs. Elgato's Stream Deck needs like a 114 by 114. Which is in my documents. Yeah, icons. 144 by 144. We may be able to just resize it. So let's go ahead and image, crop, or layer. Crop to selection. All right, so now we need to resize image, scale image to 144 by 144, and unlink those, scale. That'll be my Star Citizen logo, or icon. File, save as, work in progress, Star Citizen icon for Elgato. File, export as. Compression level automatic. What are we exporting this as? There we go. So we have that. So let's get our Stream Deck up and running. And then we have this thing. No, I don't want the icon library. There we go. Booyah! And apparently, like, it's not... Width is 157. This is 157 by 144. So the resize didn't exactly work like I wanted to. So let's go backwards. And let's resize. Let's unlink that. 144 by 144. Scale. File. Save. File. Export. There we go. Now it's actually a square instead of a little bit of a rectangle. Now I can just press that, and I can go into Star Citizen. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do with landing gear. But the icon pack you gave me gives me some ideas. I definitely would have changed these icons up here, to like Anvil, because I'm more of an Anvil fanboy than I'm Drake. I just did these because I was flying the Corsair, and they're like really badly centered. They look better in the preview. They don't look so good like on the deck itself. But I definitely like the Star Citizen icon, even though it kind of looks kind of goofy here. It looks a lot better on the actual. Oops. Stop that. Fuck off. Oh my god, how do I get rid of this? I pressed the button by mistake. There it goes. Just had to wait. There's a landing gear up, down in the pack. Okay. Combat, mining, emote, on foot, salvage. It would probably be, I don't know, cargo? Combat? It would not be under combat, right? Because what I think I was gonna do was, honestly, I could put pins up here too. These wouldn't be a bad idea to put on there. Take a screenshot of like landing gear and stuff. I don't see a landing gear stuff, but I do like the they take the ship, the shape of the Gladius, and they kind of just white it out. That's a good idea. I may do that with like the Anvil Arrow instead of the Gladius. Again, I'm an Anvil fan. I don't see anything in there about ship controls. Here we go. What do they have for landing gear? Engines, VTOL. There we go. That's kind of like what I was going to do for gear up, gear down. Ah, that's actually not a bad idea. For like different toggles, you have like the gear, like if it's down, it's green. If it's up, it's red. Ooh. Ping angle, decrease, increase. Furl, unfurl. You have Scorpius. Does the, well, probably be like, I don't know, the Arrow. I don't think Anvil ships really don't have like unfurling, right? Yeah, I eventually found him. But that's basically what I was going to do. Also having the self-destruct up there too. I'd rather not have the self-destruct on the Stream Deck. Or I'd rather just have the self-destruct on the big red button, like off to the side. I could probably wire something up like that. I should have the capability of wiring up a switch. But like I said, I like this icon here. Where is it? I like this, what they got going on here. I could probably do the exact same thing with the Arrow. I just need to figure out how to do it. Just need to find a good area for lighting. Probably in the hangar or something, or like on... It'll give me something to do today. That's not actually playing Star Citizen. But yeah, thank you, Tech Zero. And for your reward, I'm going to teach you how to do something. I'm going to show you how to do something. So you know how you do the soon TM thing? If you hold down Alt, right? If you hold down Alt, you could do like different Unicode characters. You could also do this, and just type it in there like that. So you can do soon TM. So if you type in soon and then hold down Windows period, it brings up this little menu, then type in TM, enter, get soon TM. It actually works in Twitch chat. Or, after we load into Star Citizen here, I can tab out and show you. Hey, Norse Hammer. Or you could type in soon and then hold down Alt and then type 0153. And that does the exact same thing. I kid you not. There's a whole bunch of Unicode characters you can enter with just like holding down the Alt key and using the number pad. But why do I remember that? Because I type it in a lot. Alt 0153 TM. Soon TM, baby. Now you could look fancier, Tech Zero. Now you're not Tech Zero, you're Tech 10. Right? You know a technique in chat. You could impress your friends and your enemies with your newfound knowledge. All right, so let's get some anvil ships out. I need to find an anvil ship that has a MFD roughly in the center of the ship. Dead center. That's not offset so much. Most of the anvil ships have cockpits that are a little weirdly off center. I'm trying to think if there's an anvil ship that has the cockpit, like, has MFDs, like, in the center, near the center of it. Dun, dun, dun. So I'll probably use that. So I'll probably like redo the icons using some of those ideas from that pack you sent me. I like the border. I like the border that changes color to let you know the state of the switch. So you know if you've pressed the button or not. Problem is like you could easily decouple the state. Because it's just a hotkey. So you can easily decouple the state by accidentally pressing the button. So you're gonna have to make the actual like state of the switch agnostic. You can't write on off on the switch. You just have to make the switch have two different modes. To let you know the switch is like toggling either direction. I may do like an up-down motif on the switch, because I'm used to work with toggle switches back when I was a mechanic, and so you have switches you throw up, like three position switches or 2 position switches, or momentary switches. So what do you have for anvil ships? I know we have the arrow. Let's try the arrow. Let's get the arrow out. Default arrow. Pisces. Get that over here.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Rescue is not going to be different. The Carrack we may want to look at. Mark II. Look at the Mark 1 over here.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
The Super Hornet should not have a different... The Mark 1 Super Hornet should not have a different heads-up display. The Lightning may have a slightly different one. The Terrapin, I don't know why I have a Terrapin, but I do. There's also the ground vehicles, like the Spartan. Oh, you know what has an exactly centered MFD console? The Ballista. I don't think I have a ballista. I should have a ballista in my inventory. All right, so we need to kind of create a kind of motif for this. So I like the idea of using the brackets, right? So I'll have a bracket. This will be like, quote, off. The brackets will be down below. And we'll have it on. And we'll have like different colors. Orange. So we'll have like an orange. Because I think anvil is green, right? So red and green are complementary colors, but the two, if it was blue, you use an orange color. Let's check out let's get the arrow out.
Your vehicle has been delivered.
Dun, dun, dun. So we can have a lower upper kind of thing going instead of side to side. You can see how that works out. So how do I get the power icons from the anvil MFDs? They're not nearly as badly offset as, yeah. They're not nearly as badly offset as the Drake ones. And you know what we could probably do? I never thought about this, but we can't get the third person camera close enough. I don't think I have the camera stuff bound. The idea is like get the camera like in the cockpit. Because I want these buttons down here. Right? I don't think there's any way to offset your first person camera. You have to use third person. The next idea I have, I'm trying to think about any MFDs. I get the Spartan chassis, the ballista specifically. Right? Would have like an MFD that's like right center in front of you. So you wouldn't have nearly as much parallax, which you wouldn't notice that much. Like I said, I got the ones from the Corsair up here from that one screen on the side. And you don't, it's there, but it's not that bad. Oh, you know what I forgot? Forgot to enable my joystick. So there's a ritual I have to go through to actually get my joysticks to work in this stupid game. Alright, well, I got 2 anvil arrows, so I don't really give a shit about preserving this one. So we have to quit out. I got a little too far ahead of myself. I have some good ideas. So I have to go down and buy a ballista. We got to get our hide configuration here. Shh, Star Citizen, quiet. It's fine. I know Tech Zero, you got me that stuff, expecting me to use it. But all it did is gave me inspiration for my own icons. That's kind of how Vertigo is. Oh, cancel. Oh, that's right, you're already running. Okay, so that's... Okay. Righto. Okay, so we got all that. Now we can relaunch Star Citizen. I know, I've seen it. I've seen people move the third-person camera inside their starships before. I can't remember how to do it. There we go. Let's get back in. So yeah, I think the ballista would be the best way to scam icons for the anvil stuff. You don't even notice the little edits I did to cover up like the mistakes on the icons. They're so small. I don't even have to label them really. I could just like remove the labels because it's pretty obvious. Like this is shields, this is engines, this is weapons, this is nav. But I do like the toggle, so we'll probably redo that. We need like a better power icon. We don't really have like a power symbol in Star Citizen. All right, so I don't think I have a ballista. Lobby. I'll have to go down to Area 18. Oh, this elevator is way too fast for this. What do you think this is, Dark Souls Vertigo, where you can like... There's gonna be an anvil. Nope. I have absolutely no anvil ground vehicles. I want to say the Carrack has like one as well for the engineering display, but I have to like flip over to the PTU for that. The Carrack. It may be worth flipping over to the PTU just for that. I'm thinking if it's worth my while. Because if I use the engineering screen, I get more icons like right in front of me. Anyways, let's we need a silhouette of the anvil arrow. So let's focus on that.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to please visit. Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, both are on pad? Wait, what? How did I do that? Or we can do the Hornets. Yeah, how about the Hornet instead of the Arrow? Well, it's a light fighter. I don't know. The Hornet Mark 1 or Mark 2 has a much more distinct, like, landing mode or configuration. From the top. I know, that's why I stored both of them. Like, wait a minute, they're both on the pad at the same time? That's not good. Let's put them away before we go to the hangar. I'm thinking the Hornet would probably be a better idea.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle.
So we can update it to like the Mark II.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Let's do the Mark I first.
Your vehicle has please visited.
Because the landing mode for the Hornet, or we can use it for the configuration too. For cycle configuration. Because it's really easy to tell when the Hornet's in landing mode because the wings are swept back. There you go. Good old Mark II. Or is it? No, this is the Mark I. We just need some better lighting conditions. Had to leer our wall or something. Or we could just like point the... Yeah, so this is a little too offset on either side, but it works.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Oh, we do have a little Thunderbolt icon. There's some cross-section emissions, thermal, infrared. You could also use these icons for, like, chaff and flare. We also have the little power plant icon.
Takeoff complete. Forward proximity alert.
Where's the sun? The Stanton Star. Okay, so we could just do it this way.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Probably want, like, the background of space behind us.
Shields offline. Landing gear raised.
All right.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
I don't want the planet in the background. Alright, so we need to, like, move away from our corp. The sun is this way, so we need to move kind of this way. Pyro Gateway. Good enough.
Quantum drive is now on.
Go about a gigameter. That's a nice looking ship, though. All right.
Quantum drive is now off. Shields online.
So what we want is we hit print screen. And then we open up GIMP. Like I said, I don't really care for this icon. So this is going to be our inspiration. New... (1920 by 1080) full HD file, paste. Okay, cool. So definitely need to get rid of all the ancillary stuff in here. Just get it down to the... Yeah. It's not quite centered. I just realized there's like a really disgusting like green color around the entire ship. Get the nose lined up with the, There we go. That's probably the best we're ever going to do. Toolbox is Control B. Where's the layers? There we go. Get rid of that one. There we go. That's a little better. You notice how it fits into the square a little bit more reliably? Hey, Dovahkiin. So I need a actual square. So it needs to be 832 by 832. Position needs to be roughly centered. See your background. Layer. Let's see your cropped layers of content, resize. Select. What is a cropped selection? There we go. All right, so image, let's see here. Crop selection. And then we need to get rid of all the background shit. You might just want to use the magic selection tool. To do this, we're gonna cycle this in the nav. There we go. Print screen. That way we can have this going at the same time. There we go. Now we need to figure out we need to get rid of the background, which is kind of a pain in the ass to do. We need to do it manually or automatically. Right? Was it Control B? There we go. Select by color. How does that work? That kind of works. Problem is we get like parts of the ship in there. It definitely makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, then we lose the cockpit. Doesn't really help that much. Yeah, see. Almost feels like I should just go in and... Tool option. File, save as. This is Hornet icon whip. Go down to like 2 pixels or something. Let's go in here and just carve this out. I don't need to be like super precise for this. You're not really going to know these little details, but who knows? Maybe I will. Always go down to like 1 pixel. It's pretty good. Clean this out. Go. Honestly, like using the magic select probably would have been better here, but do it by myself. There we go. Clean that out. Where some of these semi-transparent pixels, because we're not going to notice them, and it's just wasted space. That's good right there, and then we're going to do this one too. What are we trying to make? I have an actual answer for that, Gren. We're trying to make something like this. We're making an icon pack for our Elgato Stream Deck. And I want to make something like this, except Anvil specific. So we're going old school Hornet. Oops. A little too much out of there. Clean out this channel here. Hard to tell, like, which is, like, pixels from the Hornet itself versus, like, stuff that's, like, it's right about here we can take out. There we go. There's one with the Gladius, and I don't much care for the Gladius. I'm more of an Anvil fanboy, so if I'm going to have an icon pack that has, like, ships on it, we're going to go with Anvil. So what I need to do is I need to get the Anvil Hornets cleaned up. We're using the Mark 1 because that's the ship I like the look of. May do one with a Mark 2. There we go. Kind of clean out some of the crevasses here that are harder to dig out. We also need to get that clear cockpit effect. So I have to dig into the cockpit a little bit. For example, come in here and like dig this out. One pixel at a time. A little too much there. A little too aggressive. Now you can actually like also just draw a line, delete stuff that way. Have you tried using native window images viewer? It uses IA to remove background? No, I haven't. It uses AI. And I don't think I'm ever going to start. But Vertigo is faster. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of the speed differences between using manual labor and AI. But maybe I like doing it this way. Alright, so that clears that out pretty well. Really just need to kind of clean the frame area up. The kind of tealish pixels are like, well, if it's not a greenish pixel, it's like teal's like the frame itself. That's part of the seat. The green stuff is like the cockpit. I'm gonna be like a little stubborn on that one. I haven't used AI, and I don't really plan to start using AI. Kind of like that cabinet maker who insists on using like hand chisels to make fucking cabinets. Like when he could get like a router and a planer and whatnot and be so much faster. There we go. At that point, why don't I just pay someone else to do the work? Why don't I just go to a store and just buy something? Alright, so where's the cockpit end? Down here somewhere. I think that's our end. Oof. Well, we won't really notice that considering how small this image is going to be. There we go. That looks like our endpoint right there. And down here as well. $1 billion against the AI bubble. I know. I maybe I kind of agree. I feel like AI is a little overvalued. AI has a purpose. Like it's going to be a tool that's going to do a lot of stuff for us. It's definitely going to replace human labor. Just like automobiles did. The diesel engine, hell, the gasoline engine, the steam engine. It's inevitable. It's going to do something for humanity. Okay. Definitely feel like we can go back and like straighten these out a little bit, but you may not notice. Come back in here with like a thicker brush and clean these out a little bit more. I don't know. I don't think I'm that much of a visionary to see what AI exactly is going to do for humanity. I mean, it could be the next steam engine. Could be the next steam engine. That's definitely those. What the fuck is happening here? Didn't want that. There we go. Kind of chop this out. Oops. That's my my shaky hands. Kind of screwing it up there. And we get kicked out for inactivity, which is fine. And we're doing something better here. It looks a lot better. And really, we're just going to monochrome this whole thing. After we get like the background erase, we're going to monochrome it and then turn it into this icon here. We can just clean this whole thing up here. Something like that. gonna get rid of this one. Because I really want this transparent cockpit effect. So that's why I'm cleaning the cockpit up. I think it looks really nice. So the Anvil Hornet has a fairly complicated cockpit and strut effect. You may have to like do some emphasis on the cockpit when we finally get in there to the final area, but let's see what we can do with this. Technically good enough. Some of these darker edges here. This guy. Progress! I love it. Ooh, this rear piece back here. Where's the frame start? Right there. There we go. Nope, I was cut into that thing a little too much. If I could figure out how to use like the smart select tool, I could probably just use it to remove the background. There we go. There we go. It's good enough, right? Alright, what do I need for... Toolbox? I already have the toolbox open. Ah, shit. Don't take that. I've also done this in Arena Commander. Instead of the persistent universe. Instead of going buying a ballista, we can just rent one. From Arena Commander. There we go. I have no idea what spacing does for us. Hard edges. Oh, that's what that does. We can actually just delete specific pixels. Cool. Wondering how I was going to get rid of those soft edges. There we go. That works a lot better. Hey, Green Ghostman. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, so definitely need to, like... Oops. Preserve this edge here. Because this is part of the ship. Like that. No, we're doing some stuff with the Hornet. Trying to make an icon pack. I'm doing it the hard way. There's probably a better way to do this with like AI or something, but like I said, I'm choosing the hard way. Vertigo's never been known to do things the easy way. Or have I? Now, we don't need to go into too much detail. We got the cockpit clipped out, which is good. Definitely want to get this interior area as well. Oops. Actually, I probably should have done this like over really bright background. Like whites or something. Oh well. It'd been easier to tell like the edges of the ship. Now we're having problems. Can't tell where the nose of the ship is very, very clearly. That's the problem with like using like a dark background. Need to have the ship in light, silhouetted. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do a better composition. With what? Arena Commander. Not Jericho. Karaya, no. Winter Circle. Bloodshot Ridge. Crossroads Climb? The fuck map is this? Completely black. Yeah, I could do that, but then you have a chance of a snowstorm. Free fly, offline, free flights. Best experimental mode. Where's my map location? I can also do... Yeah, we were different shades of blue. See combat. Yeah, we also have the exact same problem here. I was gonna use like the skybox as like a, well, we could still. That works. Problem is we have different colors. If only we had a snow map in Arena Commander, right? With perfect lighting. Yeah, for some reason when you go back, yeah, you lose the ability to select a map. That's kind of obnoxious. But yeah, Vertigo, just go to Microtech and like spend 5 minutes traveling to Microtech. We could also go to Walla or Lyra. If you could find an area that has like, because I think there's, or Selen would work too. But you need to find an area that doesn't have a snowstorm or blizzard or wind atmospheric conditions that are not conducive to taking a screenshot. And then it needs to be in like direct sunlight, at least high in the sky. Or as Virgo strokes his mustache, or you can go to Stanton. Raw models. No, I haven't used Starfab. Even if we get the raw model out, we're still gonna have to put a background to it, or like remove the background. What if? So nice to have like some sort of photo area, like your hangar, right? This is like something not I don't really care for because I'm doing something that's stupidly specific. So I'm thinking I can go to the star, Stanton, because there is a waypoint for Stanton, and I could put the ship belly facing Stanton and take a screenshot with it highlighted by Stanton. I should have like 2 Mark 1s. I have 2. 2 minutes. That's also a possibility. Oops, that's a JPEG. Because then you'd have a blindingly white background, which would give excellent definition to the silhouette of the ship. And that's kind of what I need right now. I don't need... If I wanted to make an emote or emoji, a Hornet emoji for Twitch or Discord, this is how I would do it. In fact, I've done this before. I've done exactly this before. That's where this emote came from. Was me doing exactly this. But the dark background just is not helping very much. Yep, and that's where the Anvil Arrow one comes from as well. Now we have to kind of fuck around for a few minutes for the Hornet to come out. I can take the Mark II out as well. It's only 2 minutes. It's not that bad. I need to change that to 4.5 hype, don't I? Maybe get like a 1.0 gold.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Mm. 18 seconds. We're almost there.
Please visit us again.
Mm.
Welcome.
Um. Okay, we're going over that one instead.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Or I mean, like I can get ahead of that. Just make a 1.0 hype. Emotes. Hmm. Hmm. Make a 5.0 hype emote. How about we just use irrational numbers?
You are clear to launch.
Got this way. Negative I or something. How can you have a negative square root? Easy.
Overhead proximity alert. Landing gear raised. Forward proximity alert.
Maybe I need like a remember the Alamo emote. Like remember the 318?
Thank you.
Shit like
Please
that.
visit again.
Alright, so we're gonna go. I don't think Stan has a waypoint. It does. Cool. It'll take me about 3 minutes to get there with this stupid thing.
Quantum drive is now off.
Alright, we can just go for beautiful, big, beautiful Glen Station.
Quantum drive is now on.
No, it wouldn't let me go there, but I think Pyro you can go to. There's like a waypoint right underneath of it. There's not much there. It's just a point of light in the sky. I don't know why CIG gave a quantum waypoint to the star, but they did. I could also use this as an animated emote. I just needed... Oh. I don't know how I would convert that into... There's definitely a way to convert that into like an animation or something. I think I'm extremely limited in like the size I can have for like emotes. Alright. I'd have to, like, record. Hold on a second here. Boop. That should work. And then hit start record. And then we just need, like, 30 seconds of footage. Because we should be able to loop it, like, after a minute or so. Maybe even 10 seconds. The more footage we get, the more seamless of a loop we can get. What Hornet variant is this? This isn't a Hornet variant. Oh no, encoder overloaded. Because we're recording. We're using a shit ton of CPU, so we're probably stuttering like a motherfucker right now on Twitch. Yeah, we're up to 90%. We're definitely... We're pushing our poor little CPU to the max. I just want 60 seconds. I don't need the audio. There we go. This is the original. This is the original Hornet, the Mark 1. The Mark 1C. Not S. Not the Ghost, not the Tracker, not the R, not the M.
Shields online. Quantum drive is now.
There we go. So we should. That's a little too much. I was hoping to be a little closer to like the point of lights to give us a little more definition, but we do have a lot more definition. I was hoping to have like the actual thing, but if we zoom out, we can't zoom out. See, that's the problem. We can't zoom out far enough because of how the star works in Star Citizen. This is really stupid. It's a light point. So it's not an actual physicalized object like Elite Dangerous where it has like a massive... We can go to Cellen. But I'd rather go back to ArcCorp. Yay, mining base. I totally wanted to click on that. All right. If only it was possible to teleport across the star system. Get this shit going here on my other screen. But we could do orbit above Walla or Lyra because they're pretty white. And that would give us a nice white definition, nice white background. So you could sneak. Yeah, not a bad one. The OG, the original, the OG, which stands for original gangsta, right? That's a fucking millennials. Almost boomer slang, right? Back from my days, back when I was in high school. So original recipe, original gangsta, OG, the original Hornet, the very first one that was added to the game was the Hornet F7C. That's what this one is. So it's not the Stealth Hornet, not the Ghost, not the Tracker, not the Super Hornet. It's not the Mark II. This is the Mark I. So no frills, no bells, no whistles, no ruffles. Alright, so we're trying to make an icon pack using this one. Just trying to find a good shot composition. Some nice lighting. We can also find an asteroid too. Use the asteroid as a background. I'd rather just use a white background though, if possible. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to tell tech 0. Like a 0 and that's why if I'm writing numbers down, I learned this a long time ago. Let's get my pad and paper because I have to show you how I write. So I learned as a mechanic that you have to differentiate between certain characters. For example, actually we can do this even better. Get a permanent marker out. So for example, the number 1, right? You write it like that, and the letter, a capital L, right? Some people write L's like this, right? Just a normal L. What's the difference between the number 1 and an L, right? The capital L has a little foot coming off. My camera's reversed, so it looks reversed. So I have to like reverse it here. Hold on a second. I have to write it backwards for you guys on the stream. So you're writing L, capital L like this, lowercase L's like this. How do you write a number 1? So if you're trying to do a parts request, if you're writing down, how do you differentiate between the number 1 and the letter L, lowercase L? Well, you put a little hat on your 1, or you put some boots on it, because that's the number 1 as well. That's the letter L. And so if I'm ever writing down letters and numbers, I always go a little more fancier with my stuff. Case in point, capital O, lowercase o. The number 0. What's the difference? Well, a 0 has a slash through it. Well, shit, I wrote a terrible slash. The 0 has a slash through it. That's how you tell. You just put a little slash, a little stroke through your 0. And there's probably a bunch of other like the 5 and the 2 can be if I've worked with dyslexic people before, so you have to make your characters fairly unique. Or let's see here, the number 5 and the number 2. Actually, that's a terrible 2. There we go. 5 and 2. 5 has a very distinct hat on it, where you go across, you come straight down, and then you do your little roundy thing. Some people do it like this, do like a really weird, like, you know, like that. Sometimes it can be confused for like the number 2, or they do like a little scribble for the number 2. Or you could put, the number 7, you can put a little dash in the center like that to indicate, you know, it has a bra on. But like, I've had to order parts before, like writing them down, and you inevitably end up having to talk to your parts department. hcvertigo, you ordered this part. We need you to make sure you ordered the right part, because there's 2 potential part numbers here. If there's one with an L in it and there's one with a number 1 in it, and the difference between the 2 parts is like $10,000. Some shit like that. Like, we can't if we order this $10,000 part, we can't return it to the manufacturer. It basically lives on our shelves until we can sell it. And then the other part's like the other part's like 50 cents, right? Which one did you want to order? I wanted the 50-cent part. Let's see. I think Walla is probably going to be our best bet. On the outside towards facing the star. Yeah, just get one of each. Why the fuck are we going to lively fuck off station? No. Okay, so we made this huge mistake of coming to one of these mining bases, and it fucks up the quantum system. But there's been many a times that I've had to talk to, but that I've been lectured over how do you write numbers and letters when you're ordering parts, especially when there's a lot of money on the line. And eventually you just either have to do it, or they just keep, or the parts department just keeps bothering you about it until they get your manager involved, and then you're having a conversation with the owners of the company, and they're telling you you're going to do it this way or you're not going to have a job. Luckily, I've never had to have that conversation, because I just realized the wisdom and like writing my numbers a certain way to indicate exactly what I want, because the person I'm working with is working a job and they got bullshit they got to deal with, and accommodating them isn't that difficult. And of course I've had mechanics I've worked with that just, they don't give a fuck. You almost need like a pharmacist to read their handwriting. It's so bad. I worked with one guy that admitted he was illiterate for the longest time. He was proud of that shit too. Like, oh yeah, I was illiterate and I was a truck driver. I couldn't read or write no signs. I thought you had to be able to read to like get a driver's license. Apparently not. Apparently not when he got it. Oh my god, this thing is so fucking loud. I even had the volume turned down a little bit. Jesus Christ. All right, let's take a look at this. This is actually a little bit better, but we're still having a problem with like being able to tell. Okay, so our good idea has been thwarted a little bit. I mean, it's better, but we still have some really dark streaks. Oh, I see a place where we can go land. Right here. When Jake and Nug ended up with 14,400 self-sealing stem bolts. Yes. What was Nog all about? Like the continuum of like trade or something? The flow of commodities. There was like this thing he was talking about how like you're trading and whatnot, and stuff just keeps flowing down to the next person. I can't remember what his end goal was. I remember at one point they had to they shipped Cisco's desk out to another Starfleet officer so he can have a picture of it. He can have a picture of himself sitting behind the desk. And then Benjamin Sisko was like, "Where the fuck is my desk?" I don't know what CIG is going to do with mining. Up for the larger ships. Are they really going to just put really big mine? I love Elite Dangerous's deep core mining. I like the look of it. I don't know if I love doing it. It's quite the experience to like watch videos of it. Oh yes, the boom, the bass. I think one of the best things Elite Dangerous ever had going for itself was like its audio design. Some of the best visual design, audio design, some of the best in the business, in my opinion. Still top notch to this day. There's Bones. Hey, Bones. That is bright. Jesus Christ. Looks like I came to the right place to take this screenshot. Yes. Yes! This is exactly what I wanted. Look at this. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah. Let's zoom in a little bit. The problem is you can't get the camera to like look straight down. You're always going to be a little offset. So I might as well be offset in like a unified direction, right? If I get the nose lined up here properly. Need to like scooch the camera up just a little bit. There we go. I'm kind of lining the nose up with the bottom of my monitor. I still can kind of see we're not like perfect, whatever. It's not. This is not going to be perfect. I'm going to tell you all a secret. The pursuit of perfection is the enemy of just good enough. What the fuck did I... The hell is this? Do you want to save that? Yeah, discard, cancel. Close this thing. File, new. 1080p, 1920. Edit. Paste. There we go. Jesus Christ, what the heck was that? This will give us a little bit better of a, give me my landing gear. And then print screen again. File, new. Another 1080p by 1920. File, edit, paste. There we go. And that's what we want from this. Better is the enemy of done. Yeah. All right, so... I don't think there's anywhere we can go back to Baijini Point and log there. That way we're not getting kicked out. Oh! I can't set destination to Baijini Point for some reason. Thanks, Star Citizen. Fuck you. Sometimes you don't need perfection, sometimes good enough is just all right. All right, so where are we going? Head back over to ArcCorp. I definitely want to get a ballista. To get some of the icons. Sometimes you need duct tape and bubble gum. Let's see here. All right, we're gonna go to Area 18. We do need to go down to Area 18 to get, like, the ballista. Now, the question is, can I actually get in to purchase the ballista? Or can I buy one? Item finder. Hurston? Okay, so Lurston. Hurston or Area 18? The question is, can I actually get into Area 18 without using glitches? Probably not. The last time I tried to get into, like, Astra Armada at Area 18, I had to glitch into the fucking building because the NPCs were, like, piled up against the door. Hey, I'm just playing the game they gave me. How come scan mode doesn't work? Because it probably doesn't have, like, actually a number. Let's call ATC.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Where is my landing bay? I have to wade through... Yeah, there it is. We really need to, like, redesign some of these indicators so they're a lot easier to see. Like, okay, it's great. I have an indicator. Where the fuck is it on my screen?
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone. Landing gear deployed. Warning, you are leaving a safe zone. Forward proximity.
I have that problem with every goddamn ship I play with. Is where the fuck is the indicator? I call for a landing. Where is it on my monitor somewhere? That is poor user interface design. And obviously somebody signed off on that. Somebody thought, like, yeah, that's good enough. And there should be certain things that are different colors from other parts of the UI. I don't mind a lot of the UI being the same color. Fine, you want to go with that color, fine. Important things should be different color. And they know this because when there's an enemy ship in the vicinity, like someone with crime stat or somebody who's been attacking other ships, the icon turns red. Right? So the beacon should be like yellow or something. Right? For Anvil ships or for Aegis ships. It obviously should not be yellow for Drake ships because Drake loves orange. And yellow and orange are a little too close to each other. But now I'm starting to understand what it feels like to be colorblind. I'm looking for stuff and I can't see it, so I have to move the ship around to find where the marker is based on, you know, this new icon showed up. Also, they're at the edge of the screen, which is stupid. You should move the indicators more towards the center of the screen so you don't have to, like, move your eyes away from the center of the screen. It's called a heads-up display for a reason. It means you don't look down. That's heads up. You keep your head up. You don't look down at gauges and dials because all the important information is in front of you. So yellow for Anvil makes sense. Yellow for Aegis makes sense for, like, landing icons and whatnot. You can just look at the color wheel too, like complementary colors or like, is there antagonistic colors? Colors that like clash really badly? Because there's complementary colors. One, I know orange and blue are complementary colors because there was a period in like the late 2000s where everybody was using orange and blue on their movie posters, and like video games were using it like crazy. So I don't know. When did they change the Banu Defender's HUD from red to cool cyan? I don't remember. If they ever, I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've been in the Banu Defender. I don't remember what its original HUD looked like. But I know the Vandal ships were red for the longest time. All right. Let's see what else we have. I wanted to listen to something else here. Love the Clear Obscure soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack. Shipbreakers. We haven't listened to Hard Space Shipbreakers in a long time. Turn that down just a little bit. Hey, Otaku Van Life, welcome. I see you on YouTube over there. Contrast. Oh, so I wonder. Yeah. So I know red and green are complementary colors, which is unfortunate because red and green are like the colors of Christmas. So every time I see red and green, I think, oh, it's Christmas. I always associate it with the Christmas season. So anytime I see red and green outside of Christmas, I'm like, you can't do that. That's illegal. So any composition that has to do with like red and green, I always think Christmas. And I'm like, no, you can't do that outside of Christmas. It's not that time of year. So let's see if we can get this ballista. Never a bad idea to have a ballista on hand, right? And then we'll kind of work on the icon for our stream deck. I am putting way too much effort into this icon, but it's going to be good effort. I guarantee you. So that's one of the reasons why, even though I like green, and I think red and green go well together, because I always think Christmas, and I'm just like, it's never the season. You can't just Oh my god, here we go. I don't think we're getting into Astra Armada. Not without glitches. We could do it. I have an arm. Nah, I don't do... I got a thing with my neck. And just having more weight on my head, like, irritates my neck. There we go. Okay, now we're trapped in this area. And... Are you all amazed on how easy it is to glitch through fucking doors? You wonder why players do it all the time, right? There you go. It's so fucking easy. Right? There's probably a bug report for that. There's a Spartan Centurion. I mean, Centurion's only 1 million credits. We could buy one of those. Not like I'm going to use it for anything. Where's the Ballista? I see the Centurion. The Ballista should be sold here. There it is. There we go. Burning through. Now we can't get out of here, though. I mean, I could drop more pieces of my armor and just, like, clip out, but I had to travel to get my goddamn helmet. Yeah. Yeah. Just... I guess we could do the nice thing and do, like... see, content, video producer. We can do a bug report on this one. I have to wait for the stupid video storage thing to load. We can send them a clip of us doing that. Work around, pick up a box. Because you have to move it. You have to move it a diagonal. It's not straight back. You either have to move slightly back into the left or back into the right. So you have to strafe. You have to hold S and A or S and D, and then when you drop the box, the same. You have to drop the box as you press S and D at the same time, or S and A on your keyboard. So it's a weird 3-finger salute you have to do. And as you can see, it works fairly reliably once you figure out how to the timing. And honestly, I'm not a speedrunner, so I'm not a fucking speedrunner, so not without glitches. It's my neck. How easy it is to glitch through fucking doors. It's fucking easy. Just that's why people do it. It's so easy to just to break in. Will we get a wipe when 4.5 releases? Probably not. Are you all amazed on how easy it is to glitch through fucking doors? You wonder why players do it all the time, right? If it was a little bit more difficult, if there was a little more frame perfect canceling you had to do. And just having more weight on my head, like, irritates. There we go. Neck. There we go. Okay, now we're trapped in this area. And... my neck. Are you all glitched? My neck. It's so fuck... There we go. Probably don't need so much profanity for a bug report. There you go. My neck. There's the doors locked and bypassed bug report for CIG. We're not going to feature that clip, but we'll save this. my neck. There we go. Processing that, and there's probably an issue council report for this. Supports, issue council. Let's see here. Star Citizen. See here. Doors blocked by AI at Astro Armada in 4.5. There we go. 12 days ago. Last contribution. Here we go. This one. Astro Armada doors not opening. I just about buy ship inner doors don't open and phase through it. Contributes. Yes, I did. Next. Hardly playable. Impacts gameplay severely. Actually playable. Can be worked around. The workaround is so pathetic that, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna add, oh wait, but doors opened. How the fuck did this happen? I got my shit back. There, print screen. Another print screen. I never thought I'd get my pants back. So apparently they managed to open up one of the doors. Add evidence. Browse. PTU, no Star Citizen live. Screenshots. There we go. Upload those. Save evidence, and then we're gonna do the clip. Copy link. Link copied. Astro Armada. See clips for additional clarity. Can be worked around if you drop a piece of armor to spawn a box back up to the door, then drop the box and drop back up to the door slightly sideways. Then drop the box while strafing back and sideways at the same time. See attached clip for additional clarity. Can be worked around if you drop a piece of armor to spawn a box. Back up to the door. Just spawn a box. Pick up the box. Back up to the door slightly sideways, then drop the box while strafing back and sideways at the same time. This will allow you... There we go. The problem is erratic intermittent. So yeah, there's like 126 reports on this. See attached clips for additional clarity. Can be worked around if you drop a piece of armor to spawn a box. Pick up the box, back up to the door slightly sideways, then drop the box while strafing back and sideways at the same time. This will allow you to clip through the door. This will allow you to clip through just about any door in Star Citizen. And we got some evidence attached. People actually edited their evidence with, like, lines and shit. There you go. QA has been able to... QA has been unable to reproduce this issue in 4.4 Live and PTU. Please contribute to this IC if you continue to experience this issue. Latest available build. Any additional info will aid our... And fuck you! What's the current live... What current version of Star Citizen are we running? 10. We are running 662222. Fuck you. That's the version I'm running. We have been unable to reproduce this issue. Like every time I come to Astro Armada, it's happening. All right, so the only way out of here is the backspace, and that's going to put us up at Bajini. We could clip back out, but I mean, what's the point? Well, the problem is, it's not intermittent on my end. Every time I go to Astro Armada, it's broken. Like, I don't go to Astro Armada a lot. I've been there like twice this patch to buy like... I bought a Pisces for like a screenshot, a meme I made. Now I'm missing my goddamn arm armor. So I'd be missing a piece of armor to get out if I wanted to clip out. Let's see here. Hey, guy wants to trade. Mind you, I've been... Let's see. What is ASD black armor go for on UEX? It's probably like hundreds of millions right about now. Marketplace. Let's see, full sets. ASD. Full set ASD black is 1 billion. Full set. I'm gonna say 500 million. Yeah, what is UEX? Yeah, good luck for that 20 million. That's the problem with like the player economy right now. It's all fucked. Like people have like stupid amount of money. Like this guy wants to buy a full set for like 100 million. Waiting to buy. This guy's offering a waiting to buy a 1 billion. This guy's waiting to buy 500 million. This guy's waiting to sell 25 million. 50 million for waiting to sell the shadow set. White set, 50 mil. It's 100 mil UEC. Waiting to buy. 60 million waiting to buy. 40 million waiting to buy. 110 million waiting to buy. 20. These people are offering like stupid prices. 2 billion. 100 million. This guy's waiting to buy for 10 million. 10 million is actually pretty reasonable for the Geist Black set, in my opinion. But like I said, the prices are just absolutely fucked on UEX. Like the guy in the game chat was like, "Hey, I'll buy it for 25 million." And I'm just like, "Well, that's actually kind of reasonable." But if I go to UEX is people are willing to buy this set for like even more money than that. I know, Kevin. It's silly. It is absolutely silly. Yeah, here's another waiting to sell 50 million. 100 million again, waiting to buy. 44 million. I have a spare black set as well. I could just like bundle up and sell if I wanted to. All right, let's get our thing out. No, I'd sell it, but I have no idea what I would do with all that cash, right? I don't need to buy anything in game. Like, I'd mostly be using the UEC to like... But UEC is not that useful, right? You're better off using like Wicklow favors or something to trade on UEX, like you have barter system. United Earth, I hate to break it to you all, Alpha United Earth credits are just not worth that much anymore to other players. Like the in-game economy, like as far as NPCs are concerned, like the NPC shops, yeah, sure, right, whatever, buy that. But all the really good stuff you get from players. So you're probably better off just like getting like stuff from like Wicklow. Oh, hey, there's a bunch of enemy ships here. What the fuck? Why is there enemy ships up here? Are these players? No, these are like NPCs, like legit pirates. What the fuck? That's not a friendly target. Oh, we got rid of the Mantis. Are we doing like the Ninetales lockdown again? Oh my god, this... I mean, they're like standing still for me, so... Not like it really fucking matters. Alright, there we go. I'll pay 40 million for a full Palantino set. There you go. Probably a reasonable amount of money. Orc Mark 5 Kovalix edition. Oh, now we're starting trades. I need to go to UEX and start listing some of the stuff that I have in my inventory for sale. Because I have just a bunch of odds and ends. We need, let's see here. Landing gear and call ATC. Kevin, English, please. I can't moderate Korean.
Proceed to assigned landing bay.
I know you're Korean, Kevin, but like I said, I can't. I have to moderate my chat. Twitch requires me to have certain standards in my chat, and if I don't know what you're saying, but Twitch knows what you're saying, I get in trouble. I've seen it happen before. Hell, some moderators will actually get in trouble for like stuff that gets said in game chat. If you have a bunch of stupid shit happen in game chat and you're not quick enough to turn game chat off, like you can get like a ban for a couple days by Twitch if you have like a moderator watching you. I know Asmongold got that shit happen to him one time. I think it was Asmongold. He basically looked away for a little bit to go get like a snack from his mini fridge like right next to his desk, and there's like a bunch of racist shit happening in the game he was playing. And because he wasn't quick enough to catch it, they banned him for a couple of days. So that's why I get really upset when I see foreign words in my chat. Because if I don't know what it is, but Twitch figures out what it is, and it's something bad, like, I get in trouble. Unfortunately, I'm an ignorant American. I only speak one language. American. I know, it's... economy, right? It's an alpha economy. It's rudimentary, right? But does give CIG some nice ideas about what's actually happening behind the scene under the hood. There has to be some sort of exploit or glitch that allows people to make a hilarious amount of money. There's no way in hell people have legit, like, billions upon billions of credits just sitting in their inventory, waiting to go. Do we have any blue arms, green arms? Or did I get rid of... Was that my last pair of green? Orc Mark 5 green? That probably was. I didn't... It probably was. I have the green legs. I swear to God I had green arms at some point. As well as the legs. You know what we could do? I hate to say it. I could just go into, I could just go into the city and pick up the arms I dropped. But yeah, like, you go to UEX, you look at the prices there that some people are offering to buy stuff for or sell stuff for, and it's just like, that can't be right. Nobody can, no one person can possibly have that much money. We want to go to record, so I guess we're just gonna go into the city and get the arms I dropped, because they should be on the outside. I mean, some people get really mad because the prices on UEX is all fucked up. Well, don't fucking buy shit from UEX then. My problem is that if I sell people stuff in game, I've already mentioned, so I'll mention it again. If I sell stuff people for what I consider reasonable in game, like the Geist armor, the ASD Geist black armor, which is a real giant pain in the ass to get. And I'm not going to sell that armor set for anything really cheap. It's going to be millions of credits. Honestly, 25 million credits feels about right in my mind. Somewhere around 25 million. Because of just how much of a pain in the ass it is to grind out. Like, you have to do so many runs to get that armor set. I don't even think it drops anymore. Well, it may drop. Maybe if CIG's fixed the drop, the box is not showing up. Yeah, and I've heard that before. With, like, it's not money, it's a piece of tissue. Yeah. At the inflation, Kevin's right. It's like bad toilet tissues. You can wipe your bottom with it. Okay, so the boxes are back. For a while, I was doing like the ASD runs, and I was literally checking for the ASD Black, and none of the boxes were spawning in. And I'm just like, okay, I guess the drop rate's like really low, like non-existent now, which actually makes anybody who has the ASD armor sets, like, it makes those sets worth more while. But yeah, if I'm gonna sell, if I try to sell somebody for, you know, an ASD Black Edition suit for like 25 million, 25 million, which I think is reasonable, they're just gonna relist it on UEX for like 1 billion credits, and they're just gonna make all the money. So I might as well just list it for whatever the UEX price is and see if I can sell it for that much initially. It's more profitable because people are just gonna do that. They're gonna, it's what the housing market. It's why the housing market's all fucked up these days. People are buying houses, you know, renovating like a room and then selling the houses for like another $15 million or some shit like that. You know, you're selling your house to somebody, and they're just gonna buy it, flip it almost immediately for even more money. So you might as well just do it yourself, right, and then make the money off it. Where do I give him water and 3 coping horns? So John Quaid, you just drop it on the elevator. Drop everything on the elevator, the freight elevator. It's such a stupid system. I mean, it's... Evil is kind of like maybe overselling it. It's definitely not a nice thing to do, but that's capitalism for you. And if they want the Geist armor, they can play the game for it, right? Oh yeah, because the Idris is going to be on Wicklow, everybody's going to want that stuff. So all the Wicklow shit for the Idris is going to be so much more valuable, which is great for people like me who don't really care that much about the Idris. I mean, I have a Polaris, and I know somebody who I know several people that have Idrises. Oh no, my shit's gone. We'll have to go buy another one. Oh well. That's fine. It's okay. So, Jade Cynic, I'm going to tell you a secret. This is one of those mechanic trade secrets I've learned over the years. It's only temporary unless it works. If you do something and it fixes a thing, that's it. That's the machine's life right there. I've seen some of the dumbest shit you can imagine, like vice grips holding pieces together. You know, like we had a back when I worked for United Rentals back in like the 2000s. We had forklifts that came in that needed to have like inspections done on them, and one of the things was to like re-grease the bearings on the steer axle, and it turned out someone had like replaced the bearings on the steer axle years ago, or maybe they didn't, but they welded the bearings in place, right? And so basically it was like, that's it. You can't do anything more with the steer axle. Like, you can't do anything. You can't take the wheels off. So if you need to change the tires, and that's the thing with forklifts, right? They don't have tires like cars. Like the front axle, you can take lug nuts off and pull the rim and the tire off the front axle. But some of the forklifts I worked on, like the Toyota forklifts, the actual tire and rim assembly is part of the counterweight of the forklift. So the only way to get the tire off is you have to remove the nut that holds the wheel bearing in place, and then you have to pull the whole tire assembly off. But because it's welded in, you can no longer change the fucking tire. So if the tire gets worn out, you have to find some way to press a new tire. And it's oh my god. You'd basically have to find some way of cutting. You have to replace the axle at that rate, or the steer knuckle. You have to replace the steer knuckle, which is which at the time was like a $500 part, plus labor to like change it out. I remember one of our mechanics showed us that. I walked over, I looked at it. Yep, those are welded in place. Who the fuck does that? Somebody who doesn't want to fucking change the tires. Well, that's one of those. It's temporary unless it works. Like it just, yeah, it's not the proper way to do it, but it's working. I found people like leaving jacks in machines too, to like replace like motor mounts, like a little bottle jack. Like the motor mount's all fucked up, so they put a bottle jack in there and they jack it up and they just leave it in place. Like, it's good enough. So yeah, Wicklow, temporary, but it works. So we're gonna see more Wicklow shit in the future, I guarantee you. We're doing okay. We're not actually playing Star Citizen today, Mig. Let's see here. We want Orc Mark X green arms. Are you telling me they don't exist here? This sucks. There we go. We'll buy a couple of these just in case. In case I lose these. We're making icons. Well, we're supposed to be making icons for our stream deck. Usually there's supposed to be an inventory screen over here. There it is. But hey, we did a bug report too, so I'm happy about that. Hey, look at that. We actually had 10 of them right there. All right. So what we're supposed to do, what I want to do is I want to make something like this. So we're gonna have to like discard changes. So we need to turn this into something like this. Any news and the news about crafting? Well, Wicklow basically is crafting. He takes stuff you give him and he gives you something else in return. Well, yeah, it's about 15th. It's the middle of December. Give me my toolbox. So let us layers. Let's delete the background. We want add alpha. There we go. So this gives us so much better fine control because we can actually see where the ship hull begins and where it ends. This is so much more clarity, right? So I could work with this, except for the cockpit. The cockpit's gonna be a little more difficult to work with, but what are you gonna do? Dockable dialogues, tool options. Let's get it down to one pixel. There we go. And really, like, the hard part is, like... Yeah. Right about here. Basically where the battleship gray starts. Like, cut off the really light pixels, like colored pixels. There we go. This is going to be great. And that's so much better. That is so much better. All right. And this is going to be the rest of the stream, basically. And we can use this for emotes and other stuff, so it's not completely waste. But yeah, like the player run economy, I haven't really dealt with a lot of MMOs with player run economies. or player access like EVE Online, but from my understanding, the EVE economy is pretty fucked as well. If you're like a new player, you have like no access to it. Because a lot of the stuff like on that is like millions and millions. Like either you're trading for like straight Plex, which is like, you know, Plex. I can't remember how much Plex is worth. But the idea is what we're gonna do here. I want just the silhouette. So what we're gonna do is we're probably just gonna like go grayscale, like cut out all this background, all this white. Then flip it to like grayscale and then just like, you know, color it in solid. Oops, not save a copy. File save as. This is gonna be Mark II whip. There we go. I mean, it's like either I'm grinding Star Citizen, right? I probably will, you know, do some grinding in Star Citizen here at some point when if I get tired with this stuff. But I mean, I've played a lot of Star Citizen in the past, and we can talk about Star Citizen as well. We're gonna cut here, probably right here. Probably want to remove these kind of unusually bright spots too. Kind of cut back to the more darker. I don't know, like that. That does look a little bit nicer. Just a tiny tidbit nicer. Boop, boop, boop. Like I said, I haven't played a lot of MMOs that have like player-run economies where you have to like pay people for stuff. This Star Citizen is gonna be my real first exposure to that. Hey, Wild Volus, welcome. Well, I guess we could say we're making an emote too. We're mostly making icons. For what else do we have? Hard Spaceship Breakers. Project Wingman was also a pretty good soundtrack as well. We already did the Ixon soundtrack today. How about Stellar soundtrack? 5 hours, why not? So we just need to get the hull like cut out. Right? We just need to get the highlights done on this thing. About right here. Yeah, this is so much easier to see what I'm doing. Oops, I cut a little too much. Or can we just hold down shift? There we go. That works. There we go. I know, Nerd Talk. Well, that's why we're here, Nerd Talk, right? Talking about nerd things, like player-run economy. I know a lot of people get really upset when they look at the prices. Some people get really upset over Wicklow, too. But I knew in the depths of my heart years ago that we were going to get Banu Bucks in Star Citizen. CIG was going to create another form of currency that you cannot purchase from the web store. I just knew it. Oh, are these guys trying to... Oh, they're just going in there. I'm just hanging out. In-game. Watching people. Too bad we don't have benches over here to, like, watch this place. Do we have any benches out here? We have a seat there. There we go. Oh yeah, I mentioned Gelbies. I can't remember who asked about it, but there was a mention of Gelbies or Gelbies in like a CIG comms link or something, or it was like the weekly report, and I kind of offhand mentioned, like, tried to describe what Gelbies are. They're basically a candy. I'm assuming they're a hard candy with like a soft jello like core. Because we had those little strawberry things, those strawberry candies. Probably Gelbies. It could be Gelbies or something, depending on how you pronounce it. I'm assuming it's a hard candy shell with like a liquid core or something. Those fucking strawberry candies. These fucking things, these bonbons, that I could never remember, like, they just show up in places, but I love them. They have a candy core, they have a hard candy shell, and they have a very soft inside that kind of dissolves on your tongue. But yeah, these fucking things. Acore-filled strawberry bonbons, hard candy. Yeah, basically a gusher on the inside. And the idea is, like, you suck on them, and then when you finally hit the inside, it kind of fizzes on your tongue, and it gives you a different flavor and different sensation. They were kind of novel. I liked them because they were really fun back when I was a kid. I was always a little excited when I saw those in the candy dish at, like, the dentist's office or the doctor's office or something. But I never knew where you got the damn things, because you could never find them on the stores. I think right about here. You can also just do it this way. That's what I assume a Gelby is. It's just one of those. Actually, this works pretty good. Just hold the shift down. Like I said, we just need to make sure we can get the ship highlighted. We just need to cut out a pixel around the entire ship. None of those. I'm assuming you have to order them or something from a specialty shop, or you have to go to like a the Candyman. The Candyman can. There we go. So we could probably get rid of some of these higher spots. Yeah, like that. Kind of dull the outline a little bit. Alright, so we got the nose. Well, the nose can be chopped up a little. And this is what I'm talking about with, like, the nose and whatnot on this thing. Like, it's pretty clear, like, there's not, like, a flat surface up front. But that's kind of like the price you pay. We're, like, doing in-game, in-engine screenshots. I'm gonna stand up for a bit. It's probably past time. Stretch your legs. Leftovers from Halloween. The rest is suck. Oh, Kevin, you're not excited about engineering? Oh, man, I don't think... If Star Citizen was a cult, I don't think Kevin would have made it. Oh, big stretch. Actually, one thing I want to ask Kevin, now that I have his attention. Kevin, what kind of candies do you like? Like me, I like, if I'm going to eat a candy bar, it's going to be like a Payday or something. Something with like peanuts in it. I don't know if anybody remembers like Payday candy bars. I still get them from time to time. Not as much anymore. Payday or Snickers. Snickers is one of my favorite, but Snickers is kind of really dense. So it's basically a Payday is basically like peanut, caramel, and like a nougat core. Right? Zitalo? Never heard of it. XY, Litilo. Zitalo mints. Dental peppermints. Clean, teeth cleaning lollipops. There you go. Happy teeth. Candy. How can you not be excited for a warning fire on board Vertigo? Pretty easily. It's a mint candy. I do like some mint in my life every so often. What is it? We're talking about what is it? The Thin Mints from the Girl Scouts Thin Mint cookies, or what are those other mints? These guys, these Andes, these are pretty nice too. You get them at like restaurants or hotels. After a meal, usually a nice restaurant will bring you like a mint afterwards, and it's these guys, these Andes creme de mint thins, or the York peppermint patties. These guys are kind of nice too. Junior mints, I like these. Thrasher's eating some Randprint. Also, yeah, mint and chocolate go really well together, in my opinion. I know this is kind of like a hot take for some people when it comes to like flavors of ice cream. I do like coffee flavored ice cream, and my other favorite coffee flavored ice cream, Rocky Road, and chocolate chip mint. Oh, butter, what is it? Butter pecan as well. Sneakers chocolate. Snickers, yeah. Snickers is good. These Snickers, which is basically like caramel, nougat, and chocolate. It's basically a Payday bar without the chocolate, right? And there's peanuts in the Snickers too. So, like I said, it's a Payday without it's Payday with a few more ingredients. Mocha and chocolate, yeah. Vanilla's good, but chocolate's good. But, you know, Rocky Road has got a lot much more stuff going for it. Rocky Road has, like, it's chocolate ice cream with, like, marshmallows and, like, nuts in it. Like walnuts, peanuts, and stuff like that. So it's got a nice little crunch and some chewiness to it. There were some Keebler Elf soft mint chocolate chip cookies. There were some horrible chemistry experiment, but I'm sure. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they don't have Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts in South Korea. So Kevin wouldn't know when I talk about the Girl Scouts cookies. But every so often we have an entity, non-government entity in America, called the Scouts Association. It's run basically by it's a corporation, a company these days, non-profit, I believe. And the whole purpose of the corporation is to like get kids to get out and go socialize and teach them skills, not necessarily useful skills, but stuff that may have been useful traditionally in the past, like how to build a fire using like two sticks, or how to sew on patches on your on a uniform, or how to use a map and a compass. It's a youth organization. And occasionally they'll do fundraising. Yeah, be active with the community, go out, pick up trash, do good deeds, that kind of crap. I don't hate the Scouts. Some people do, because the Scouts have a very traditional Christian kind of background to them, which, again, Christianity kind of has its own baggage associated with it. But like I said, I grew up. I had friends who were in the Scouts. I have several friends who were Eagle Scouts. Which is like one of the highest honors you can have in the Scouts organization as a member. Yeah, literally, like teaching them survival skills. How to forage for food in the wilderness, how to use a map compass, how to build a tent. Wilderness survival kind of stuff. And that was kind of necessary back in like the 1800s, 1900s. Especially World War II, World War II, World War One. It's like we needed to be a little bit more prepared for the next conflict, so the Scouts organization was a good idea. Yeah, how to make a fire, how to cook. I don't hate the Scouts. I like the idea of getting out, being a part of a community, being social. But that's the kind of but what I'm getting to is they do fundraising, and so they sell. It's mostly the Girl Scouts I know. They sell cookies. And so it's not uncommon to go to like a market and find like a store, like a little table set up with like parents and their daughters selling these cookies for stupid prices. But they're essentially fundraising to support the continuation of the girls of the Scouts, right? This is how they raise money, either through donations or through selling like overpriced sweets. Yes, they are good. They are good, but they are overpriced. You can buy these from wherever the hell the Girl Scouts get them from. You can buy them for much cheaper, probably. But again, the part of it is you're donating money to the Scouts. So you're overpaying for the sweets so they can keep running. The cookie is part of the CAOP, probably. But I love these goddamn Thin Mints. Right? Like, I've never met anybody who doesn't like... They like one of these Girl Scout cookies, but I love the mints. The chocolate mint ones. I'm always tempted to, like, buy a box every time they're on display. But sometimes I'll just, like, here's $5, keep the cookies. I'm on a diet. Like, I already had some sweets this year. Have you tried After 8 Mint? No, I haven't, John Quaid. I probably should. Do you have tea time in America? No. American tea time is considered something European, right? That's a European thing. At least with some of the people I know. It goes two ways, Kevin. There are more. Okay. How do I bring this across to Kevin, someone who's in South Korea who doesn't know? There are. I'm gonna have to overplay this, right? I'm gonna have to overplay this a little bit. There's a segment of the population in the United States. America's a big place with a massive population, 330 million people, right? Give or take. And there's a segment of the population that associates tea time with, like, Europe, and Europe is gay. Right? This is how some Americans think, right? They think of France, they think of Germany, they think of, like, the metrosexual, the bisexual kind of, like, the European way, Or are they associated with the Orient, right? Because the Orient, they drink a lot of tea over there, and they actually have tea time over there, like in South Korea, Japan, China. They actually take time, and it's basically just lunch, right? And there's a lot of people who associate that with just foreign influence, and it's very negative thought process, right? I have a friend who would, if I were to suggest like coming down to my place and having like a cup of tea and like some wontons or something, or like egg rolls, he would look at me funny, right? I know a guy who's like that, and he would like very negative connotation there. On the flip side, on the more liberal, progressive side of America, there's people who actually like the idea of tea time, having a cup of tea, right? Going out, getting some ramen, having some like green tea, oolong, jasmine, or something. It would be a delightful experience. There's even people out there who would love to have like the British idea of tea time, which is basically just like what was that cooking lady? Not Martha Stewart. Not Martha Stewart. No. It wasn't even a British thing. Like the Japan was like closed off for the longest time, and they had like tea ceremonies, right? I did a little bit of YouTube watching on like tea ceremonies for Japan. I'm assuming South Korea and Japan and China and those Oriental places as well kind of have, because tea came through like the trade through India, right? Eventually hit China. Marco Polo, that expedition. So I'm pretty sure, because tea time mostly is just like lunch, like midday meal for a lot of cultures. That's what it is in like Europe, like especially the UK. Like tea time, if you're gonna have some tea time, it's basically just lunch. Like you sit down, have a cup of tea, and like some sweets. No, the French do not stop at 3 p.m. for a cuppa and a cookie, but they do stop for a glass of wine and a baguette. Same with the Spanish and the Italians. They actually stop. Because the Mediterranean is so hot and humid, they will have lunchtime will be like 3 hours. It's something I a little bit know about, like the Italians, like the Greeks. They would stop at like around noon to go for lunch, and they would just stop working because it would just be so fucking ungodly hot in the summer. A lot of people in Europe would stop for like a glass of wine for lunch. But yeah, in America, there's a portion of America who look very unfavorably upon tea time. You drink coffee, right? Coffee's a man's drink, or beer. Beer is a man's drink, right? We don't drink tea. Tea is for like Europeans and foreigners, right? They would spit in your cup of tea rather than drink it. But there are places in America, mostly on the West Coast and East Coast, right? Very progressive places in America who delight in the idea of having a cup of tea. Different types of tea. Herbal tea. I don't really go for herbal teas. I prefer like more traditional black teas or green teas or white teas. Oolong, jasmine, orange Bacoa cut, black tea, Earl Grey, English breakfast, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's more of an afternoon snack and some K coffee. Traditionally, like I'm trying to remember the name of that old cooking show. That lady Google AI, help me out here. Lady that did cooking show in the 60s or something. 80s or 70s or something. What was her name? Julia Childs. Julia Childs. She actually, I remember watching an episode of her where she talked about like traditional stuff you'd serve at tea. I think it was her. I remember like a parody of SNL did on her. It was pretty funny. I don't know if they have an episode here. Fresh Chef.
And they look at me. You're finishing. I'm just gonna put them over. Just get. It's just risen up.
Yeah, this is not what I'm thinking of. There was vaguely an episode I remembered her talking about what you serve at tea time, and basically it was like onion sandwiches or cucumber sandwiches, right? What was the name of that tea that the Native Americans eat? I can't remember. But like, so like the onion sandwiches were basically just 2 slices of white bread with a cut the crust off, and then you roll the edges in butter and chives. And then these are like finger sandwiches to eat with your tea. And then you had like what else? And you had like the cucumber sandwiches were kind of the same. You take cucumbers, cut them up, put them inside bread, and then you roll the edges in mayonnaise instead. I can't remember what else you used for mayonnaise. What the opposite of chives. There's also ladyfingers, which are basically like just pastries that are like cream filled, designed to be eaten with like your fingernails. Very delicate. But she was like Julia Child was doing like cooking shows for a hilariously long time. I can't believe I forgot her. She was a great gal. She was all about learning. Eat California rolls often? No, not often. I'm not much for raw fish, Kevin, so I don't really care for sushi. I've eaten it before. But California rolls are nice because they allow me to actually enjoy sushi without having to eat raw fish. I like raw meats. I have a really bad opinion of like raw meat, because I know how bad raw meat can be for you. Like if you properly store and prepare like tuna, like you get rid of most of the parasites, but you have to be sure that the restaurant's properly preparing it, or you can ask for cooked food, and then you know it's been properly. Then you know it's good to eat, safe to eat, right? I don't particularly care for like stomach parasites. Yeah, raw meat is dangerous, and I'd rather just have like cooked fish or something instead of like raw fish. That's on me, right? That's my culture. But like I said, I've been out and I had sushi. It's been wonderful. Didn't mind it. Didn't hate it. Love the pickled ginger. Love the wasabi. Love the spicy mustard. But yes, there is a portion of America that likes the idea of tea time, Kevin. That they would totally be down for like a tea ceremony. If you want to come over and just, or if you just wanted to come over for a cup of tea, and they would, because I have a friend, he does that. He goes out and he buys loose leaf teas. Not. So there's several different ways you can get tea in America, right? You can have it prepackaged, which I have some over here. I also Indian teas like chai. I have a package of chai tea here. We're gonna show Kevin. Because I'm all about the tea time, right? I'm one of those people. I'm more progressive, more liberal. And my parents understand this and they accept me. But I also drink coffee too. So I can go between either or. So sometimes you'll buy a box. So you buy, this is an old tea box. You buy a box, right? Comes with a lid, you open it up, and it's full of these individually wrapped packets. You open up one of those packets, and you get a tea bag, right? This is for the sake of Kevin. Kevin probably doesn't know how we drink tea over here in America. I don't know. So you open up the bag, you pull out, and inside, there's another bag, right? There's inside another bag with a little string on it. That's a tea bag. Inside is your tea. Inside this little bag is the tea. And so you throw that into your cup, Throw that in the cup. Leave the string hanging outside the cup with a little tag on it. Take your hot water. Pour hot water into the cup. And then you wait a few minutes. And then you have a nice cup of tea. And then we have arguments in America and UK and Europe. How long are you supposed to let the tea bag sit in there for? Me, I'm one of those morons that leaves the tea bag in forever. Okay, so Kevin, our ritual is somewhat the same. There's also loose leaf teas. So we can show this off, right? Where you just buy a jar or a bag, a box, and it just has a bunch of tea leaves, dried tea leaves in it. And that's what my friend does. One of my friends, he goes out to an actual shop out where he lives that sells tea like this in this configuration. And this requires a little bit more thought process and preparation. You either need to have like a tea soaker. What is that called? One of those tea infusers. I'm trying to remember what the fuck they call that. Tea. You have to have one of these. I've seen round ones. You basically put the loose leaf tea in there and you throw it into the water, the hot water. I've seen them ball shaped. Yeah, you need to have something like you can get them pretty cute. It could look like a cat or something. I've seen these before. So you put your loose leaf tea in there, you close the thing up, you throw it in your hot water, and then you can pull it out, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, tea balls. You can get them. It doesn't have to be metal. Like, they can be plastic. There's a bunch of different styles. Basically, it's designed to, like, that's a lot of tea. That's going to be a really stiff cup. You can also do a French press. I don't know if Kevin knows what a French press is. I don't know if the French invented it. My roommate uses French press for his coffee. And it's actually not a very new idea of how to brew coffee or tea. The idea is you have a vessel like this. You put your tea in the bottom of the vessel, or your coffee grounds, and you fill the whole thing up with hot water. You let it brew, right? You agitate it a little bit, stir it around with a spoon. You put the lid on it, which has this mesh thing on the bottom of it, on a plunger. And when it's done brewing, you push the plunger down, which strains all the tea leaves and coffee grounds out of the water and shoves it down to the bottom, and it holds all those tea leaves and the coffee or coffee grounds at the bottom of the vessel, and then you can pour yourself a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or whatever you want. Almost very similar to cowboy coffee, where you get a pitcher, you pour it with water, you get it boiling, you throw in your coffee grounds, and then you pour a cup of coffee out of that, and you hope you don't get it. You basically decant off the water without getting into the solids. What country on Earth doesn't have tea again? Well, there's parts of America. But there's a lot of places on Earth. Like, I know the Russians love their tea as well. But yeah, there's that. But here's loose leaf tea. So yeah, you just dump it into this. You have a special teapot, and you pour over. Looks like, yeah, it's just in. So yeah. So it's pretty easy. Some people enjoy their tea. So I have a friend who enjoys his tea this way. And you can see it turns really dark. That's good. You see it turns darker and darker as she's talking. Like, she basically took a sip of water at that point. Like, honey, dear darling, You didn't have any flavor in that cup. My landlord, the guy who I pay my rent to every month, which comes out of your guys' money, by the way. But thank you all, everybody, for your support. It helps me stay in business. Helps me sleep indoors. Helps keep the heat on and the lights. Appreciate all you chipping in to help me out. My landlord, he loves the espresso, which is an Italian thing. And espresso is a little different from coffee. It's prepared differently, but it's kind of the same but different, right? The difference between like coffee and espresso is much finer grind. Instead of coffee grounds, instead of grinding the coffee up until it's like pebbles, you grind it up until it's like almost powder. More finer than sand. And then you use high pressure steam to push water, very, very hot water through that coffee powder. And it extracts far more caffeine and far more flavor from the coffee bean that you ground up. And that's one of the big draws of espresso. You get a lot more caffeine, a lot more flavor out of the little bit of water you have to use to make a shot of espresso. You've always wanted to try Turkish coffee? It's basically just coffee. But it does look really cool because the Turks use like hot sand. They heat up a big bowl of sand. They have they have like a big pot, and they have a fire going underneath the pot. The pot's filled with sand, right? And then they have these little pots with like wooden handles filled with like coffee water, coffee grounds and water, and they just kind of rub it in the sand to heat it up, and eventually it gets so hot it boils over, and then they dump that boil over into the little cup you used to drink. The idea is like the coffee grounds kind of stay towards the bottom. Looks cool. I don't know. I'm assuming they have espresso in South Korea, Kevin. Turkish coffee. Yeah, this is kind of like what Turkish coffee goes off of. You're just using the sand to heat up the coffee. You could do this at home with like your oven if you wanted to, like your stovetop. But he's dumping the whole thing in there, so I mean you're getting all the coffee and all the coffee and coffee grounds and whatnot. Hey, thank Tech Zero for that Patreon. So Patreon is much better for creators these days because Patreon gives me a better cut. Sure, you don't get the emotes I have on Twitch, or you don't get the benefits of YouTube, but I'm trying to get more stuff on YouTube going. Yeah, you could, like I said, you could do this on your stovetop at home. Like, you don't need a pile of sand to do this. I guess the sand would help you regulate the temperature a little bit, but like I said, you could just have like a gas stovetop and you just have like a little vessel that you use to heat up the coffee. Like this is nothing. This is really nothing revolutionary. Or you could do it with like a campfire too. I want to show Kevin something uniquely American: cowboy coffee. This is how the Cowboys used to drink it. If I could find the right guy. This guy. Cowboy Kent Rollins.
Right. You got to get you a coffee pot. We have got water.
Shh, quiet.
To the bottom of the spout. It is warm. Medium roast here. You can use anything you want. About 3 handfuls, which makes about what? A cup and 3/4 to 2 cups. Now we got to just sit and wait patiently for it to boil. Starting there. It is what we call rolling over. Rolling over. In about 4 minutes she has, so let me cover this hot spot up. Now, I like to let it cool off there just a minute, and then we'll do the rest to it. But the longer you boil that coffee, the stouter it will become at some point. And we're going to take about a cup full of cold water. I'm gonna pour some down the spout, a little around the edges here. Cowboy coffee has always just been put a little cold water in the spout, all the ground settle to the bottom, smoothest coffee in the world. This coffee has made me thousands upon thousands of friends and people that I call family, just like y'all that watch our videos.
There you go. Cowboy coffee, really simple.
Hey, you looking for that perfect cup of coffee?
Here we
Don't
go.
want to stand
The
in
full
line
video
to
instead
get
of
it
the
nor
short.
pay $20 a cup. I don't blame you. Folks, we are going to show you the tips and the tricks, go in depth, answer your questions about Cowboy coffee, the smoothest cup around.
Burning steaks. I love this guy's channel. He's all about cooking the cowboy way.
Hey, welcome to camp. My name is Kent Rollins, and we have got something good going today. It is a beautiful day, a great day for what? Cowboy coffee. Yep, you heard me right. Now, a lot of y'all might have found us some years back by our Cowboy coffee video that we had out there, because man, did it take off. But let me tell you, we are going more in depth. We're going to answer some of your questions that y'all have sent in to us and asked us in years past. I can remember back when I was a small child, people was making coffee about any way they could. Boiling it in a tin can down there by the creek, boiling it in an old coffee can at a Brandon pen. Why, coffee's been around forever. And there's coffee shops all over the world. I'm talking about them old-timey ones, where you could go in there and sit down, and for 25 cents you could get a cup of coffee and talk and visit with your neighbors. Best way to start the day.
So, I mean, this is a very old thing in America. I don't know if this exists anywhere else. This may be something that only Americans have. Yep, that's a Southern accent. South of the Mason-Dixon line. Coffee, I know, right? So I don't know if this is something that only exists in America, but there's something considered coffee service, right? We had a restaurant that doesn't exist anymore in Auburn, Washington, that had a coffee service. For $1.25, you could get an hour's worth of coffee service. And that probably blows some people's mind. Vertigo, what the fuck is that? For $1.25, which I probably have in my wallet right now, which is almost nothing today. Even back then, that was nothing. You could sit down at any table in that restaurant and get for 1 hour, and you can have as much coffee as you can drink. Yeah, another Washingtonian. Didn't know I was from Seattle. So yeah, you're basically just you're buying you're renting the table for an hour, and they'll just come and pour you some coffee. So if you wanted to get out of the weather, if you know, homeless or something, or if you were taking the bus and you just wanted to get out of the weather for an hour, if you wanted to sit down, have a job interview in a public place, you could give them $1.25, and then you get the table for an hour, and you get as much coffee as you can drink. Oh, you're on the other side of the mountains. Oh boy. Zircomzus, is that how you pronounce that? Zircominus? Is there a communist meme in there somewhere? So yeah, you could, but the idea of coffee service in America was a thing back in like the 70s and 60s, where you could throw down like a dime or a nickel or something, and you just get to sit in that chair and have as much coffee as you can drink. Not even close. Oh my god, is this the Hobbs and Witch? The Hobbs and Witch, thanks for that follow. Vertigo, it's Hobo Sandwich. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Zircom Nexus? Okay. There's where you put the $2 a day, yeah. So you could there still are restaurants in America where you can go to. You could put down a little bit of money, and then you could just sit in a booth or sit in a chair and just have coffee for like an hour. I don't know if we still do that today, but it was a thing that existed in America. I don't know if Kevin, you have restaurants that'll do that for you, where you can just go in, pay a little bit of money, and you can sit down and just have as much coffee as you want for a certain amount of time. But that's what he's talking about. You go in, put a nickel down on the counter, and you could just talk. Oh my God, Prince! You could go in and sit down with your friends at like a restaurant or a coffee shop or something, You just pay for coffee for everybody, and then the waitress, hostess, or something comes. The host, the waiter, the hostess, whatever the hell they call them, they come over and they fill up everyone's coffee every so often, and you can just keep talking with your friends. And after a while, they'll probably kind of tell you to, like, okay, you've been here long enough, leave. But most of the time, they just let you just talk and drink coffee as long as you want. And it's something these days is like something the old people do, right? People that have a lot more gray hair than I do. It's something like they go to IHOP or Shakey's or something. Waffle House. The old people wake up early in the morning. They go to like one of these pancake restaurants in America. They sit down, have a couple friends come over. You know, they walk the mall or something. They go walk the neighborhood in good weather, right? They'll walk around the neighborhood. They'll end up going over to like a local Waffle House. With their friends that they take on walks. They'll have like a stack of pancakes and coffee, and they'll sit there chatting. The pensioners, the retired folks, right? That's kind of like it's a stereotype of the older generation in America that they sit down and they have coffee and they visit. They visiting. I don't know if that's a thing in South Korea, but it's definitely part of the American culture. At least out here with me. It's part of the Western Washington culture that I'm aware of. When the weather is good, you'll see the old folks out walking in the neighborhood, trying to stay active, shaking their hips. And occasionally you'll see them over at the IHOP, having coffee and a stack of pancakes, chatting it up. Having essentially a bottom reserve of good coffee must be really nice. It is. Now we have our $10 at Starbucks. I know. Everybody blames like the rising wages. Oh, minimum wage is rising. Prices are going up. Prices have been going up well before minimum wage went up. Oh, it's the unions. Okay, so Migs knows. Okay, so it's not just out here. That's one thing I have to point out to anybody who I talk to who's not an American, if you're a European or if you're in the Orient. Is America can have vastly different cultures depending on where in America you visit. It's because of like the climate, you know, what kind of weather, the time of year, or just like the people that live there and their histories, the local history of that area. So that's one of the things like I mentioned specifically like Western Washington or my area. It's like I'm aware of like the old people going out for walks and having coffee at the Waffle House. It may not be everywhere else in America. You may not see that. So yeah, that's what this guy's talking about. Give you some actual cultural idea of what this guy's talking about. Like sitting down and visiting with your friends and having a cup of coffee for like a nickel or a dime or something. That's something that's kind of an old idea in America. It still happens. The coffee shop idea still happens, but it's more expensive these days. You can still go to a coffee shop, get a cup of coffee, sit down at a booth, talk with your friends. It still happens. The idea of going out for coffee with your friends, that is a concept, right? That is a phrase that still is valid. You can call up your friends and you can call up a friend or a family member and say, hey, you want to go out for coffee? They will know exactly what that entails, right? You're going to go to a place that serves coffee. You're going to sit down and you're going to talk, right? It's not just we're going to sit down and drink coffee and stare at each other. No, we're not going to sit down, drink a cup of coffee, and then leave. We're going to sit down, have a cup of coffee, talk for a bit about pleasant things, right? It's not when you say we're going to go out for a cup of coffee, it's usually the social connotation is you're going to have a pleasant conversation, right? We just want to visit with each other. So we're going to have a pleasant conversation. We're to avoid, maybe we're going to update ourselves on like the family because we haven't seen each other in a long time. Maybe you know things about family members that I don't know about, and I want to get updated on what's going on with the family. The extended family that's out, because I have extended family that's out of state. The only way I know what's going on with that family, because I'm a gigantic piece of shit. I'm a bad son. I'm a bad cousin. Is I talk to my mom. My mom, she's got her fingers in everyone's pie. She's in Facebook groups and chats and like talking with people all the time. And she knows what's going on with the family that's in Texas and Mississippi and whatnot. So yeah, But that's the idea of going out and getting coffee. I have to explain that to people. Like, it sounds kind of stupid when I say it out loud, but you got to realize Kevin's in the chat and he doesn't quite understand. But Kevin, now you know something. If you ever come visit America and you just want to have a chat with somebody, a nice friendly chat with somebody, you can always ask them, would you like to go out and get some coffee? Right? It's also a good first date, too. If you see a pretty girl, you can always walk up to her and say, hey, you're a pretty girl. Would you like to go get some coffee with me? That phrase right there is very much understood socially as a date, as you're asking a girl out to go on a date with you. Right? It's just understood, right? You can also do the same to a guy, but the culture, if a guy walks up to another guy and says, hey, would you like to go get some coffee? It's usually understood you just want to talk, right? Just drink Starbucks. But yeah, like I just want to explain that to you, Kevin. So since you're from South Korea, you may not know. You now know a little bit of American culture. That's not super toxic.
But as time went on, things have changed. Yes, they have. There is stuff like ventes, grandes, lattes. I don't know what kind of coffee that stuff is. I ain't even got a clue. But coffee is coffee. But when you make it the right way, folks, it is going to be the best cup of coffee in the world. Drinking this cowboy coffee has health benefits. I'm telling you, it does. Because I've had people come to me and say, oh, Ken, I really would like to drink your coffee, but I have acid reflux. Gives me heartburn, indigestion. This won't. If you cook it the right way, when you take the bitterness out of it, that coffee is smooth. I mean, you can drink it. You won't have no problems with your stomach. You won't have no heartburn, no indigestion. You won't even belch out loud at church no more because you have drank the right kind of coffee. Now, y'all don't forget, everything you need to know will be right down there below. But let's talk about some of these myths and stuff that people have tried to give this cowboy coffee a bad name. Don't listen to all them other folks that be telling you that this stuff is too stout, it is too dark, it is too burnt, because it ain't none of them things when you make it right. Folks, it's a little chilly out here, so let's go on over here to old Bertha and let's get us some cowboy coffee started.
Good old cast iron stove.
But folks, you got to get you a coffee pot. But make sure that coffee pot that you get gets well seasoned. And Shannon will link you a video up there to where you can watch how to season your coffee pot to get the best flavor out of it, because it's just like cast iron. You got to take care of the inside of that pot. And let me tell you something. You ain't never going to wash it with soap and water. Yep, you heard me right. It's just like cast iron. But now, I have made a lot of coffee.
So talking about maintaining your coffee pots, or just anything, teapots, coffee pots. Even glass like this glass one I have, I never use soap and water to clean this thing. It sounds disgusting. I only use vinegar and water. I use vinegar to scrub it out with. I'll have like a sponge, I'll microwave, get a little damp with some water, put it in the microwave to disinfect it. Then I pour a couple cups of vinegar, white vinegar, into this thing, and then I just scrub it out, the inside and outside, with vinegar. And then it doesn't affect the taste. And the reason why you do that is so the vinegar doesn't affect the taste of the coffee or the tea. Even filtered water. Even like the tap water and whatnot that comes out of the tap in Washington State is like, it's so well treated, we don't have to worry about it like being really nasty when it comes out of the tap. But even treated water, even filtered water, will turn sour after amount of time. You'll start seeing grain. For example, I have a recent story about that. I remember going down like a month ago to the kitchen after my stream was done to prepare dinner for myself. And I'm doing the dishes, cleaning the countertops and whatnot. It's kind of one of the chores I do around the house to help the landlord out. He appreciates it. And honestly, it's nice not to live in a fucking pigsty. I mopped the floors last night because it's getting really wet out here these days, and it's pretty obvious people are walking through the house. You can see, like, dirty footprints, people tracking mud and whatnot. It's not super bad, but it's pretty obvious. Like, I can see a little mud over there in the corner. But anyways, one of my roommates uses a Brita filter. It's just a water pitcher with a filter built into it, and you can change out. And I remember cleaning the countertops, and I looked at that pitcher, and the pitcher was fucking green. And that pitcher should be, like, I have one up here. No, it's got my name on it. I'm not going to show you that. But I have a pitcher right up here that has clean water in it, and I remember looking at that pitcher. It should have been that color, right? It should have just been clear plastic. It was green because of all the algae growing in it, and it's filtered water, and it comes out of the tap. So where did that fucking algae come from? It comes from the air. There's mold spores, algae spores, bacterial spores that exist in the air. Every so often you have to clean out your pitchers. Every so often you have to change your water filters. Same with but the idea of what he's talking about, if you're making coffee or tea regularly, like almost every day, if you're constantly making tea and coffee almost every day, you almost never need to clean out your teapot. You almost never need to clean out your coffee pot, because the heat from the boiling water will sterilize all the surfaces inside the pot. Like, there's very little mold or bacteria or yeast and whatnot that can live in that temperature. There are stuff that can survive at that temperature, but it's not going to survive. Probably not going to hurt you. Leave it out to grow in the sun, I guess. So I just ended up taking it all apart and put it in the dishwasher for him. I'm just like, I can't. This guy's gonna get sick drinking this fucking water. But I also have another good story about that. What was it? Long time ago, I was a field service mechanic for a forklift company, and we had our dispatcher. She was a great gal. I loved her. She was married though. God damn it, right? She was a great gal. She tried her best. She was one of those very motivated, very enthusiastic about her job. She tried her best to help us out whenever she could. And her job was just to tell us, take calls from customers, figure out what the job's going to be, and call up a mechanic that was in the area to go look at the job. And she did a pretty good job with that. And she would also make coffee for us in the morning. There was a little coffee pot. She'd have a little office space. And there would be a little space for the mechanics with inboxes, mailboxes for us for paper that jobs we need to do in case we had to come in, occasionally you had to come into the shop to turn in paperwork, or this was back before everything was really digital. So the BlackBerry phone was kind of a novel thing at the time. So occasionally you have to come in, turn in paperwork, dispose of waste items in your truck. That you couldn't dispose of in the field, like oil and whatnot, oil coolant, dirty oil, dirty coolant, like that. You pick up new parts to go out repair stuff. And so she would make coffee in the morning for any mechanic that had to come in for that day. And it was always really nice to have a nice hot a nice pot of coffee going. But she went on vacation for a few days, and there was nobody in that office with her. There was 3 other people. The service manager was right next to her in his own office. And there was a couple of service writers in there too. Plus our sales reps had desks in there as well. It was really cramped. But the service reps were hardly in. Occasionally the service reps had to come in to have a meeting with somebody, so they'd have a desk with a laptop on it or something. But she took vacation for about 3 days, and there was no one there to service the coffee pot. By the time she came back, that coffee pot was growing mold in it, and it was just nasty. I opened it up the top, and there was all this fucking green shit growing all over the place, and I'm just oh my god, no one's touched this fucking thing since she's left. But yeah, we're talking about coffee and tea, A-Corps. I remember coming in one day, and one of the service writers was throwing that pot away because I think did she quit? No. She was still working there, I think. Well before they laid me off. That was back in 2008, the financial crisis. Nobody was building houses anymore, and they're a third of our business went up in smoke because all the framing supply companies went under. But I remember they were throwing that coffee pot away. That it was just a little Black & Decker coffee maker because they didn't want to clean it out. Yeah, she was responsible for health and safety, but nobody in that office cared. Not the service manager, not the service writers, not the sales reps. No one cared about that coffee pot but her. I realized that when I saw them throwing away that coffee pot, because no one else gave a fuck about us. Made me like her even more. I would usually buy her like little sweets and whatnot, cookies. She loved that 5-hour energy shit. So I usually buy like there's like a little 4-pack I can get from like Costco or something. You know, hey mom, you want to go to Costco? I don't have a membership; it's too expensive. You want to go to Costco? And I go to Costco, buy a big thing of 5-hour energy, and I just bring in a couple bottles for every so often. She'd love that. Yeah, you have to clean it all the time because the pucks inside will grow. But for those of you who want to know how to actually clean out like an automated coffee, like a actually coffee maker, just pour a cup of vinegar in there. And then fill the rest of with water, and then just run it like you would normally, and that'll disinfect every surface inside the coffee maker. In fact, most of the instructions will tell you to do that. Just cup of vinegar, fill the rest up with water, hit start, and you don't have to worry about it. Same with like espresso machines. Just dump in a cup of vinegar and the rest with water, and just run it like you normally would without coffee. You don't have to worry about cleaning it out. But yeah, water will turn nasty. No matter how much you treat it, even distilled water, just from being exposed to the air, like mildew, algae, bacteria will hit the surface of it, and it'll mix in very slowly, and it'll turn sour after a while. And that's one thing you have to realize with like filtered water. It's not shelf stable forever. Because there will be like little spores in there that will start growing. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Like filtered, you think there's not much nutritious value in water, but like the single cell organisms don't care. There's plenty of little things to eat in there, like tons of little bacteria and like algae and whatnot can grow. And so that's what he's talking about, you know. Properly seasoned coffee pot, you know. If you don't clean it a lot, if you don't clean it with like harsh soaps, you just use a little bit of vinegar to wash it out with, but if you use it every day, you really don't have to clean it. Same with my cast iron. I have a cast iron skillet I use for preparing my dinner. I use it every fucking day. Never have to clean it. Unless I use some like really weird ingredient that causes like the oil to break down, and then I have to take it over to the sink to wash it out. And then of course I'm using vinegar and a sponge to wash it out with. But yeah, life finds a way. But anyways, let's continue.
Times coffee for maybe 3,000 people. I'd have every bean pot in the world going, making coffee, boiling it in there, straining it out of there, running it back and forth. So don't be afraid of making it anything. Because like I say, them old timers and them branding pens, back when they used to make coffee in a metal can, that's what we used to make coffee. Hey,
yep.
It's good as gold. We have got water to the bottom of the spout right here. And it is warm. Because you want to let the water warm before you do anything else. You can see we got the eye out of old Bertha, and she is generating just the right amount of heat, which is 697,000 degrees. Let's talk about
90,000 degrees. He's bullshitting us.
I got a coffee grinder that I used to have on the wagon, and I'd grind them beans every morning and make coffee. It's a coarse ground. Now, to me, that coffee needs to boil longer than a fine ground coffee. So remember that when you're going back and forth as to what coffee you like to use. This is a medium roast here, so that's what we're going to use, but you can use anything you want. Now, for this big pot, it's about 3 handfuls, which makes about what? A cup and 3/4 to 2 cups. So we're going to go with that right there.
Oh, yeah, the ice makers. Yeah, nobody cleans out the ice makers. And you think you wouldn't have to clean out the ice makers because it's like it's cold, right? Like nothing would. No, stuff grows in there. It just grows slower than it would normally. But yeah, ice makers, especially at your home, you have water in the lines, and the water in those lines, if you don't use it constantly, will go sour. And those industrial ice makers, yeah, they'll get. Oh my God. I used to work food service a long time ago, back when I was in like high school. I'd have like a summer job making sandwiches at Subway or flipping burgers at McDonald's. And nobody fucking cleaned that shit. Nobody cleaned that shit. Sometimes, or same with the milkshake machine. Nobody cleans that shit out. Nobody cleans anything until they're told to. Cleaning's like the last thing anybody wants to do.
The water was warm. We put it in there. Now we got to just sit and wait patiently for it to boil.
He didn't even stir it. He just dumped it straight in there.
It ain't going to go bubble, bubble, perk, perk. It's going to boil. Because when you let that coffee boil, like I said, you're taking away that bitterness, that acid, and everything's going to be good in the world.
So,
now, y'all might...
a thing about heating, right? This is something that actually exists. If you're making a bolognese, a red marinara sauce, tomato-based marinara sauce, the longer you cook it, the less bitter it's going to be. One of the cheats that people use for making spaghetti sauce, bolognese, is they add sugar. And sugar, like a tablespoon of sugar, will help cut the bitterness of, like, if you're making a fresh, straight, like if you're going to boil down tomatoes, you're going to mash up tomatoes and boil them down. Or even if you're using like tomato paste and canned tomatoes especially are very bitter because they have a lot of acidity to them. And the can also kind of imparts a bit of a flavor. But if you're using canned tomatoes or if you're using fresh tomatoes, if you don't cook the sauce long enough, you will have to add something to cut the bitterness, which will probably be sugar. But if you cook it for several hours, and the thing with like tomato sauce, because it's so the bolognese, because it's so thick, you have to cook it at a low temperature, or else it'll burn. But this is something that does exist in cooking. The longer you cook bitter foods, the more the chemical that causes the bitterness, that bitter flavor, has a chance to break down, and it starts becoming sweet. Same with onions. I know this because I've done this before. If you cook onions at for a very long time at a kind of a lowish medium temperature, they go from being very bitter to be very sweet. Because whatever that bitter flavor is in the onions, it breaks down and turns into sugar, just from the heat of cooking. Of course, you have to pour in water every so often, or have to use a lot of oil to make it so the onions don't dry out too much and burn. But yeah, if you cook onions at a really long time, I know that from Fair Food, right? Because we have the Washington State Fair every so often. I love me a good onion burger. But yeah, if you cook those onions for a very, very long time, they become super sweet, almost like a jam. Probably bitumen. Yeah, probably that. And that's what he's talking about. Like, if you cook the coffee for a long time, and coffee can tolerate a very high heat, like he's talking about. So if you cook that coffee for a while, the bitter flavor will eventually break down and just kind of go away. And that exists for like other foods too. Tomatoes, onions that I know of. The two foods I've worked with. I do want to make like a traditional like Italian bolognese, like straight on the cooktop, but I know it's going to take about 6 hours of constant stirring. Like, it is not easy. Your one ingredient is going to be tomato, and you're going to have to process. You have to get the skins off the tomatoes. You have to get the pith out in the seeds. And at that point, you don't have very much tomato left. So you're going to need a lot of tomatoes, several pounds, probably like 10 pounds of tomatoes. Big old pot to put it all in. And then a bunch of water, and then you turn the heat on, and then you're stirring, tasting every so often. And then we get to the very end, about 8 hours later, add your seasoning. And then it's ready to go. And then you can can it after that too. But making traditional, like very Italian, like grandmother Italian, kind of like bolognese, it takes a long time and it's not easy. It takes well, it's easy to do. It's just tedious. One of these days, I'm gonna like actually do it because I want to be able to say I've done it. Made my own bolognese from scratch.
Might not be having one of these great big pots in your kitchen, but we have took care of you because it is 1/4 of a cup of grounds to 1 quart of water, and that way you can make it at home for just you and 1 or 2 more. So we are going to wait on.
That's a lot of coffee grounds.
That was low pie. Well, while we're waiting on old Bertha to do her job here, we are going to answer some of them questions that me and Shan's been getting for quite a while, and a lot of people say, where do you get them big pots? Now, folks, that's one of them finder fees deals. I'm going to charge you for telling you.
There you go, wooden spoon, electric screwdriver.
Okay. Now, every once in a while, antique stores, junk shops, sometimes eBay, you can find them on there. But be careful if you go to an antique shop and you find one of them old coffee pots like that, grab it up, take it outside, tell them you ain't going to steal it, pull it up there and look to the sun. Make sure you ain't got no pinholes in there because you got to be real careful. A lot of these things have sit and got a little rust in them, and then they get them pinholes. So when you got them holes in the bottom, if they're just little tiny pinholes, you might think about trying to get them with some solder and fix them. But folks, usually when you're sitting on a hot surface like this, them ain't gonna last. I'm just tell you right now, watch pot never boils. Remember that saying?
Yeah.
But I guarantee you can walk off and get busy. Bertha will boil it over if she gets a chance. So I'm
There we go. Wooden spoon, electric screwdriver. How about sous vide? The problem with sous vide is... Okay. So from my understanding, what sous vide is you're basically putting whatever you're cooking into a bag, and then you're putting it into hot water to boil. Why would you do that with tomatoes? Right? Because I know what a sous vide steak is, right? The restaurants do that to pre-cook steaks. That's how they get steaks to cook faster. They'll buy a steak and it comes like in a vacuum sealed plastic bag. They put it into a boiling pot of water. They partially cook it, and then when dinner service rolls around, they just pull it out of the plastic, throw it on the grill, and then they finish cooking it to whatever doneness level they want. Why would you sous vide tomatoes for a bolognese? Just that doesn't seem like anything. Like, why? Why would you do that? Because basically, like, in order to make a bolognese, like, you just put a bunch of tomatoes in a pot and you cook the tomatoes until they're mush, and then you just keep cooking and you reduce, right? I guess it reduces the amount of time you have to cook to get all the water out. It would cook in its own juices. Like, I mean, that's basically what a bolognese is. Like, you have to get the tomatoes to liquefy, so you add water to help, like, stew it. So basically, you're making like a tomato soup, and then you reduce it to an actual sauce, and then you add as seasoning. I suppose it could work. Like, you still okay. So the problem is sous vide requires you to put the ingredient you're cooking into a bag, and you're trying to make a bolognese, which is a sauce, which means you have to liquefy the ingredient, which can be done in a sous vide by cooking. Because you want the connective tissue to like break down, and like you want to break up the cellulose and cellulite of like the tomato to like loosen everything up and get the flavors to like go through the actual liquid. Okay, the next part is you need to reduce the amount of water in the ingredient, the tomatoes. Tomatoes have a lot of water naturally, right? They hold the flesh of the tomatoes. That's one of the reasons why tomatoes are so juicy, is because they hold a lot of water in their flesh. So you need to reduce that. How are you going to reduce the amount of water in the tomato sous vide in it? You're going to get a tomato soup. So you're still going to have to cook the tomato soup to reduce it, or you're going to have to add a thickener. Which, okay, you can do that. You can add like a gelatin or something, or like you can use like bones, animal bones, like beef bones or pork bones or chicken bones to like help thicken it. Pan finish, yeah, you could pan finish it. But I'm thinking if I want to make a very traditional bolognese, like I'm just going to do it in a pot with a little bit of water, basically make tomato soup and then reduce to a sauce at that point. Sous vide requires a few more steps, a bag, and then it requires like you have to heat the water. Basically, you can use a stovetop to sous vide. You don't have to have like a special submersion heater. That's really fancy. But it could work. I mean, it's just a few extra steps. I don't see why it wouldn't. And this guy's talking about boiling over. If you're going to do an open top cook like this, the water may eventually boil over as it heats up and expands.
like a pointer bird dog, old Frank. I'm going to keep an eye on it. That first boiling starting there. Bertha is trying her hardest to bring it to a good boil.
That's a lot of water.
There's a lot of things going on in here, and it ain't
going
to be long,
mass.
folks, till things is going to really come up here to the top. Now, that's when you got to be careful, especially if you're in the house, because that may want to boil over. So when you get to that point to where you can see it just fixing to boil, turn that fire down a little bit in the house so it don't boil over, because you done.
I actually did that once. I was going to try to make because I watched this video years ago. And I was like, oh, I'll mix myself some cowboy coffee on the stove. I'll just get a pot, some coffee grounds, and some water, and we'll try it out, see how that works. And it boiled over really bad. So you have to, like, get a bigger pot or use a little less water. But it's something you have to be aware of when you're making your own coffee using this method. He's talking about it a lot. Like, the water will boil over. Yeah, it will. I've done it. It makes a huge mess. But the one way to stop it from boiling over is just to move it off the heat when you start noticing it's going to start frothing up a little too much.
reduce that water level a little in that pot. So we're gonna let it keep on continuing here till it will sneak up there and really roll. I'm talking churning.
Roll and
That's
boil.
what makes good coffee.
That's what he's talking about.
It is what we call rolling over.
Rolling boiler.
Now we're gonna let it sit there and roll over as long as it ain't up here trying to boil over. We can leave it right there. If it was trying to roll over, as long as it ain't up here trying to boil.
You notice he moved the pot just a little off the heater here. That's so less heat gets into the pot. So he's reduced the heat a little bit, but it's still on heat. But it's not getting it's getting just a slightly less heat is hitting the pot essentially.
Boil over, we can leave it right there. If it was trying to boil over a little, I'd scoot it off
green
that hot
scrubby
spot right there and just let it slow down.
Some
now, we ain't
steel
gonna
wool.
burn this coffee. We ain't gonna scorch it, but I like to let her go about 4 minutes, just a roll and boil right there. Get everything broke down good to where everything is smooth as silk. Or you remember me telling you about the Safeway chicken. What is smoother than a Safeway chicken?
Oh my God, what's this story?
Safeway was a grocery store down there in some parts of the country. And I had never seen a chicken be plucked so smooth and shiny. I think they waxed them every day because them chickens shine like a silver dollar in a goat's butt. That is smoother than a Safeway chicken.
Silver dollar in a goat's butt. I love it. This guy's full of like sayings and whatnot. Safeway chicken. Bringing out the horses. Sending up the wagon to do some cooking. Those Yeti coolers. Early morning. Doing some cowboy stuff. Big old pot of stew for breakfast before first light. We could probably skip forward a little bit. But
Okay, it's a minute, 4 minutes she has, so let me cover this hot spot up.
there you go.
And let's set her right back over here on the warming side of old Bertha to where it can just sit there and mind its own business. Now, I like to let it cool off there just a minute and then we'll do the rest to it. But the longer you boil that coffee, the stouter it will become at some point. Make sure you get it to your desired strength when you like to drink coffee. You'll know by the amount of time it boils how much coffee you want to put in the pot if you like it a little stouter than that. But these methods have never failed me, and they have served thousands of cowboys early in the morning, middle of the day, and late at night. Well, it is set about 2 minutes it has, and we're going to take about a cup full of cold water. I'm going to pour some down the spout, a little around the edges here, so bear with me. See them little tiny holes right there where them comes to that spout? Now, any of them grounds that get caught up in there, that's why you pour that back down through the spout, and look who has joined us for Cowboy Coffee.
Hey,
it is the bee.
Puppy.
So you want to make sure you pour a little down the spout and then a little around the edges. Now the little smaller coffee pots, a lot of times them grounds will get caught up on the sides and hung up in here. So I just can take me one of these little, what you call paper towels, wet it in a little water, and you can just make a little circle around there, and a lot of times them grounds will stick right to it, and you're a done deal. Looky there, it's like magic. You might be saying, well, how come did you weaken your coffee? Well, we didn't weaken it, folks. We have to put the cold water in there to settle the ground. The cold forces them to the bottom.
It's fine.
That's when them people used to say, you just crack an egg and put it in there.
Oh, egg coffee. I was going to mention that.
I don't like my eggs in my coffee. People say, well, you used to just put a horseshoe in there and make it go. No, no. Traditional cowboy coffee has always just been put a little cold water in the spout, all the ground settle to the bottom, smoothest coffee in the world, I guarantee you.
It's a big pot. You have to be careful pouring it.
That reminds you of something, folks? Like one of them spitting, spewing, coffee dripping makers in the house where it just gives you here, there, and yonder every once in a while, and the water temperature ain't hot enough to take a bath in. Now, when people don't put enough cold water in this coffee to settle the grounds, you would see grounds floating all around the top of there. And you can see it is sort of built up through the years. Really don't take but about 2 weeks sitting on old Bertha or a campfire to get that soot. If you want to keep yours clean, take you just a rag, any kind of cheap vegetable oil, rub it around the bottom and everywhere, just give it a little light coating. That thing will clean off so easy when you get through with it, especially if you're cooking with a really sooty wood over an open fire. Whew. That's an aerobic working pot. You get you a bunch of them together and lift them up here like this all day, you'll be working out. Now that is a lot of coffee, and it will fuel cowboys up on any kind of morning. And most of the time there'll be 12 to 15 in camp. Always make 2 pots. This one will always get through, but I always have another one just in case of backup, because you don't never want to run out of coffee. So let's talk about, do you make a bunch of this at the house and you don't know what you're going to do with it? Well, sometimes I'll just pour it in a mason jar, anything in the world, and you can just set it in the icebox. Tip that pot up there and go to pouring. Now when you get down there pretty close to the bottom of the pot, especially if it's one of them littler pots, you might ought to do it from the first. Just get you one of them strainers or lay you a coffee filter up there in it or whatever.
Coffee filter.
And just pour it through there. That way you won't have no chance of any grounds getting in that coffee when you reheat it the next day. You can microwave that coffee the next morning if you need to, or just pour it back in a sauce pot and heat it up. If you're wanting to store it for an extended period of time in the icebox, just make sure that you got a good seal on that lid, and that coffee will last you a good 4 or 5 days in there. So you can make it the first of the week.
Because you've sterilized the water when you made the coffee by cooking it, essentially. So you don't have to worry too much about stuff growing in it. But because it's exposed to the air when it cools down, it will get, you know, spores and bacteria and whatnot will land in there.
Just warm it up after that. Now, I poured this coffee, and I want y'all to see as it goes out, and tell me, did you see any grounds come floating out there?
Nope.
I ain't seen none, and we ain't even got to the bottom of the cup. So it is good to go. Folks, I want to tell you what this coffee has done for me. This coffee has made me thousands upon thousands of friends and people that I call family, just like y'all that watch our videos. Coffee is something that we always have on at the wagon. The very first thing that's on every morning, and it's the last thing that's pulled off there every night. Because I never know when somebody's going to come in a no camp like this and say, hey, Cookie, you got a cup of coffee? And there's nothing finer to me than see people just sit down of a morning, get a cup of coffee when they come into camp, and it's time to visit, time to reflect on maybe what's going to happen during the day, but it all starts with that good cup of coffee. But on them old cold days, I can remember when I'd have to chop ice in a water barrel to make coffee because it's froze solid. Them cowboys get in, huddle around old Bertha, get a cup of coffee in their hands, and you could see them just trembling like that. Old Bertha and that good coffee, it'd thaw them out. It done its job. Getting a little breezy and cloudy.
I could definitely relate to that statement of like a hot cup of coffee on a cold day, especially if you're working. I worked out in the weather, working on the outdoors, especially in the wintertime. Having a nice cup of coffee in your hands to warm you up while you're taking a break. It makes you feel so much better.
Here in camp, so I'm gonna go back over here by Bertha and warm up here in a minute. But we thank you so much for stopping by. Me and Shannon the Beagle never take it for granted that you watch our videos, and we thank our veterans and all our servicemen and women for keeping that old flag flying high above that wagon and the freedom we have in this great country that we can do what we love to do. Like, share, and subscribe.
There you go. I shared everything with you guys. You know how to make coffee now. We've been disconnected for too long. All right, so believe it or not, it's about break time. It's not great without a hot cup of coffee in your hand while you're working outdoors. Makes you feel so much better about life. So I'm glad I could share that with you, everybody. So you kind of get some idea about the old coffee, the cowboy coffee, right? Just a big old pot of water. Because cowboys back in the day, like, where'd they get their water from? The same water source that the goddamn animals were drinking from. So that stuff probably sucked ass. And if you're on the range, you probably had a well that you dug by hand, and you had a bucket that you had to throw down a hole, and you had to draw the bucket up with a windlass. And so you had well water. And depending on where you live, well water tends to have a lot of minerals in it. I mean, it's good to drink, but it's going to have a flavor to it. Especially if you have like a more modern well dug with like an actual pipe in the ground. It may have like a very metallic flavor to it. So your water, your water may have been really bad. Like if you got it from like a pond or a lake or a stream, it may not have been taste very good. Or if you had well water, same thing. So coffee was good for us. Tea and coffee, beer. We can talk about the health benefits of beer. But back in the day, back in the 1800s, back in the 1700s, not just America, not just like China, Japan, tea, coffee was good because you would boil the water before you drank it. And we didn't know at the time, but we now know, thanks to microbe theory, that there's a bunch of really bad shit in water that you just get in the wild, right? If you throw a pail on a rope out into a lake or a river or a stream or something, and you reel that in for your daily water supply, if you drink straight from that bucket, you may get dysentery. You may get tons of other diseases from that water source. And boiling the water before you drank it made the water so much more healthier for you, right? Just because of how common dysentery was back in the day. Not just dysentery, but there's a bunch of other diseases you can get. But dysentery was the big one. And for those of you who don't know what dysentery is, it's a disease of the gastrointestinal system where you basically have diarrhea until you die. You basically shit yourself out of water. It's terrible, it's awful. And I'm glad it doesn't exist anymore. It does exist in certain parts of America and other parts of the world, but this is one of the reasons why we have water treatment. And people don't understand, like, I've seen this push for, like, you know, anti-dumb bullshit going on these days, like anti-vaccination or anti-pasteurization. Like, that's the stupidest thing ever. There's this push for, like, raw milk in America because raw milk is just better for you. Have you seen fucking cows? I have. Cows are covered in their own feces. Like, you want to drink milk from that fucking cow that's covered in shit? Like, straight out of the teat? No. No. Clean that shit up, would you? Before I put that shit in my mouth. I like the idea of pasteurization. People who want raw milk on the shelf in the stores, they haven't seen an actual a real cow before. So same thing, there's a reason why we treat our water in America with, like, chemicals, or we heat it up. Your water that comes out of the tap in Washington State, at least my part of the state, it has a very kind of chlorine kind of hint to it. And I don't mind it. I know some people out there, like, they kind of like, oh, there's pool chemicals in our water. Yeah, you can drink that shit and not have to worry. Like, you'll probably die of cancer anyways, or someone's gonna stab you. Like, the cleanliness of the pool chemicals in the water are the least your concern these days. But a long time ago, in order to, like I said, we didn't know this. We just associate, like, tea with, like, good health. But in reality, the boiling of the water to prepare the tea, the dried tea leaves to actually drink, that was the part that made it healthy for you, right? Same thing with beer. In America, there's another video we can watch by James Townshend, who talks about the concept in 1800s America, 1700s America, even Europe, the concept of a small beer, which doesn't exist these days. And a small beer is basically a beer you brew in, like, a very short period of time, usually like a day. You get yeast from, like, a baker or something, or a brewer, or the barn. Or you just let it soak. Like, you could make beer out of, like, pine. Like white pine, I believe. Pine beer. That was a thing. Or you take, like, just grain and you mix it with some water and some yeast and you let it ferment in a bottle on the shelf for a few days. And that would make a very weak beer. But that small beer, would actually be safer for you to drink than, like, your well water, because it wouldn't have, like, all the nasty shit in it. But people didn't know that. But they realized that if you drank a lot of beer, you didn't get nearly as sick as much. So that's why small beers... Everybody drank beer 100 years ago, even the kids. But beer back then was a lot weaker than it is today. And the water was also a lot worse. Yeah, 100 years ago was like half bread. I like the idea, though. He talked about bakers making bread from, like, brewer's barm. And, like, what the fuck is that? It's the foamy stuff that comes off the top of, like, your beer. when you're brewing beer, it bubbles, right? As the yeast eats the sugars, your carbohydrates in the grain you use, and you have a carbon dioxide that bubbles up, and you have this foam that appears on the top of your brew, and you can skim that foam off, and you can use that foam to make bread, and the bread will taste very much like the beer. Yeah, it's basically a yeast substitute. That's what the bakers used to use. You used to have a baker and a brewer like right next to each other as a result. But there you go. That's some of the interesting cooking stuff that Vertigo likes. Vertigo is very much an amateur cook, amateur chef. He likes this kind of weird stuff. Like, how do you make cowboy coffee? We watched a 14-minute video on it. Vertigo stretched it into a fucking hour because he had a bunch of anecdotes to share with you all. So I'm going to head out. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get a banana, and I'm going to stretch my legs. And we're going to come back, and we're going to fix up some more emotes for Star Citizen. So hopefully you'll all be hanging around here, but we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we're back. All right, what do we want? Well, we've been working on this guy. We got distracted by stuff and things. So we should probably get back to work. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the interlude. Yeah, this is so much nicer having the white background. I know exactly where to cut. Yeah. So much more clear. Oh, I probably didn't want to cut that light gray one. Yeah. Oop. And you kind of see those light gray ones kind of like do create some problems. Get rid of these guys. Boop. Or the lighter colored ones. I'm kind of hungry though. I'm a banana. I need to go to the store, get some more bananas. For those of you who want to keep up Vertigo's banana obsession, maybe you want to consider subscribing on Twitch. If you have your Amazon Prime account, you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get a free Tier 1 sub you can use once a month on your favorite streamer. It doesn't have to be me, but I appreciate it. Let's get it down. I know how much my fans love me watch eating bananas. Oh, we still have some chai tea left. Sub now for more banana. Get some more hot water in there. Heater. All right. Or you could subscribe to the Patreon as well. All right. I probably want to get rid of these light gray squares, while possible. Well, yeah, I get rid of that one. I think this is part of the... That's probably part of the Hornet, but I don't really care. Probably to here. How we doing? Yeah, I definitely think we need to remove some of these lighter squares from here. It's just how the light falls on the ship. Of course, we can go straight to the edge here. The idea is like we cut out like chunks, right? And then We use our magic selector, Control B, I think. Where is it? Where's the magic wand? This guy? No, that's just the... Oh, this guy, yeah. He's the wrong size. Boop! And because... There you go. Because I clipped it out really nicely, I don't have to worry about the magic select tool. I don't have to worry about the magic select tool, like getting a piece of the hornet. So there you go. File, save. Don't forget to save your progress every so often. Because there's a nice barrier, there's a nice 1 pixel barrier between what I want to save and the magic select tool. Yeah, get rid of that. That's like the one problem I have with the magic select tool is like it. There's probably a better way to do it if I knew how to do it. But it never completely works the way I want it to. That's probably where AI comes in. Let's get rid of this colored one. If I increase that by 2 pixels, you think that would be a little better, Vertigo? Just to make sure we don't have any neighbors. There we go. Pencils hanging out by themselves. And that'll take care of this chunk next. That all the way over. That is. Is it? Now it should be. Make sure that's hooked together. All right, Mr. Magic Select, come here. Delete. Select. None. As you can see, it's starting to come together. Slowly but surely. We'll probably leave the weapon systems in there, too. This is going to be kind of difficult because of these clear pieces. We'll probably... I don't know what I'll do about those, but yeah. Yeah, definitely have to figure a way to get the cockpit. Select none. Oh, that's gonna be really a pain in the ass. This is the problem with using the cockpit. That comes, yeah. If it was in better light, these window panels would be a lot easier to pick out. I could definitely see struts. I can't really make the struts out very well because they're just like they're way too close to each other in terms of like color. Shit. So we'll have to like figure that out. Something like that. It was all black. There we go. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of like the cross I have to bear for art. Right? I kind of want to preserve the struts a little bit because I want that. I want kind of like that clear cockpit view. This is gonna be one of those things where it's kind of. Oh, nope, you did dipshit. Wrong way. Just gonna have to eyeball it. Just assume we're doing the right thing. What we can do is we can come down here, just go straight. Let's make a box. And then kind of clean it up based on where we think it should be. There's obviously more going on right here, but that's better than nothing. These a little darker back here. These frosted tips are a little distracting. Put back on the color just a little bit. I need the toolbox. Box options. There we go. And then this is going to be an interesting one. Yeah, that works. I'm out far enough to, like, get the rough shape of the window. Yeah, I mean, we're not really going to notice at the... I mean, we could take out more if we need to. So what's this unselect all? Control-Shift-A. So that's probably going to be our best bet, using that system. Like I said, at the scale we're working at, you're a little too far. You're really not going to notice small imperfections. In the frame. If I mess up on if I mess up on a small few pixels here and there, not a big deal. There, a cockpit cut out. Look at that. So again, what we're going for this kind of ship, that shape. We're gonna have to do it for the landing mode too, unfortunately. And wing position's good because I think I already have. Yeah, here's the landing mode. So I wonder if oh, you know what? I could probably just cut out like half the ship because it's basically the same frame. The only thing different is here. So I can probably cut out, copy and paste this guy, just cut out this center segment because I already got the cockpit done. And that's less like cleanup I have to do if it's just because it's just going to be, you know, basically here that I need. That's the only thing that changes. But anyways, what happens if we do, look, just do 2 pixels? See how that works out for us. I like it. Okay, we do need to be careful around this light fixture. I'll have to clean up the edges. But it does allow us to get a huge chunk of the stuff figured out. A little bit more precise than the edgy tool I was going to use, but there you go. We can get all the way to the tail, and then we can delete this whole other section over here. Like that. Keep that over there. Magic select. Delete. Go. Then we just need to clean up the edges. Coming together quite nicely. Three maybe? No, 3's a square. Get rid of some of these brighter corners. Oh no, I have to be careful here because this is actually part of, some of this is part of the light fixture. Don't want to clip too much of this. It's actually part of the ship. There you go. We'll just say that's it. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh, cut a little too much there. Just want to get rid of this little purple one. Probably these other ones too. We can also make that transparent. I don't want to go that in depth. And then you cut this area out, this area out. It'll be a thing. Feel like, yeah, we can cut that. Oop. Cut a little too much. Eh. They don't really have the guns mounted, so I could probably just erase the guns. I'll keep one with the gun, one without. We'll see how it works. About right there. How are we looking? Well, there's a little bit of leading edge here. Cut back right there. Definitely looking good. I don't know. Highlights. Nope. Nope. Stop that. I feel like I should have left some of those highlights in, but whatever. There we go. Yeah. Oh, that's part of the ground texture there. Like, what the hell is this? Oh dear. Just have to guess based on shape. What the heck's going on there? Just one of those things. Yes. All right, moving right along. How we looking? Well, there's still this little spot here. I guess we can just kind of chop it back. It's better. It's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass going through here. Going through here as well. Do some more. Oops, a little too much removal there. Nah. Yeah, we can leave this area in. That's not nothing. Oh shit, what the fuck did I do there? I walk and rotate the thing? Okay, that's nice. I didn't know I could do that in GIMP. Holding shift rotates. Rotates the whole fucking thing. I go back to 0. 1 degree. There we go. I think we're back down to, yeah. They call it control shift. Ugh. Come on. There we go. Guess we'll just, like... come back through here again. Where is the magic select? There we go. Let's control shift A. Select none. I'll have to go through and like clean that up some. This works a little bit faster. At least for like chunking up the model. I just keep making the mistake. Rotating the model when I don't mean to. Alright. Make sure we get all the bits and pieces cleaned up. This is the Stellaris soundtrack. It's pretty bombastic. What is this? What track is this? Not fat. This is no Nemesis main theme. There's a whole bunch. Like it has a hilarious amount of tracks, hours and hours, like 90 some odd tracks. Do they have Faster Than Light? Yeah. Do they have one with like the vocal tracks? Because they have a couple ones vocal tracks in it. Here we go. This is the vocal track one. One of my favorite tracks from the Stellaris soundtrack. Called Faster Than Light. Alright, let's go down to 1 pixel. Start cleaning it up. It's one of those tracks. It's one of those soundtracks you can just listen to without the game going in the background. Like unlike Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal, you definitely require demons to kill to actually appreciate that soundtrack. I like it because it's good studying music. You just have it going. Since Stellaris is like a strategy game, like the soundtrack's really not nothing you're supposed to be paying attention to. It's just kind of like there. But they did a Paradox, like whoever developed it, the publisher, not the publisher, the developers, they did a really good job with the soundtrack. I still come back to it after, all these years. Enjoy listening to it. I'll probably bring it up to a 3. 4. Or it's just a gigantic. There we go. 5. I think that's good. And this song is basically just about like your civilization discovering FTL travel. If you listen to the lyrics, it's like, engine stand by, fly into space. Make sure we shave the right parts of the Hornet. Ah! How are we doing? It's looking good. I have a high quality Mark II Hornet. Oh, this is the Mark 1. Soon. I'm gonna do the same with the Mark 1, Mark 2. No, you did a thing. There we go. Still a little too much here. Let's go down to 1 pixel. Dig that out. This is part of the ship. It's highlights. There's also another vocal track. I can't remember which one it is. It's a Stellaris soundtrack. Go back up to 7. Or no, 5. Yeah, 5. Besides Faster Than Light. Faster Than Light's a really good one. Infinite Being. Oh, there's 2 of these. One just has vocals. Yep, Kevin, we're making stuff. Assembling the Fleet is also a good one too. This is one of those iconic tracks from Stellaris. I can leave this little trifecta pixels up here. No, no, don't click that pistol. I think that was good enough right there. Yeah, it's coming along. We're gonna have to do this middle section though. But once we get that done, then it's about just pasting the other configuration over the top of this one, trying to get all this shit to line up and. No, you son of a bitch. Oh, Jesus Christ. It does that every so often, like rotates the fucking thing. There we go. Right, there we go. Then magic selector, delete all that. No, we got a little bit there. Well, the magic selector allows me to find stuff I missed as well. Let's increase the size to about a 5. Oops, a little too much there. I gotta be careful about cutting out that. Luckily, there's actually like a, I just realized, a little, well, I don't know. Yeah, right there, right there. There, I don't know about that. Nah, that's good enough. Oh, look at that. That is so good. High quality, but we're gonna fuck up. That we're gonna fuck completely up. I'm gonna keep the high quality one for other projects. This high quality cutout. Yeah, sure, why not? Probably get rid of this stuff too. That's 1 pixel. What is this one? Biogenis. I don't remember the Biogenis. I think that's the living ships expansion. I don't think I have that one. That DLC. Very chill track. that I haven't heard before. I'm pleased with my progress. Probably that pixel. This one can go all the way. That's decent. Like I said, I haven't heard this track before. Brand Archive. I think I've heard this one. Yeah, I've heard this one. Supermassive Flea is also another good one. Yeah, we'll just leave that intact. Most of it can be intact, I guess. Something like that. I see you. I see you, little pixel. Can't hide from me. Was it? Yeah. Supermassive Fleet. A good song. Should probably get rid of those. Yep. I feel like this one needs to be... that's just reflections off the thing. Like I said, we're going to go grayscale eventually. Oh man, we are so close to finishing. At least this one. And we're finished, finally. All right, we're going to save that. And what I want to do is I want to open a new project and save it as something else. Because we want to keep this guy preserved. Where's our work in progress? Hornet Whip Mark II. So we want to copy this to Star Citizen. I guess ships. Anvil. Hornets. Paste. Name. It's not a whip. Hornets. Transparent background. Because of how much effort went into this, I want to make sure I have, like, the transparent background just saved somewhere else. Okay. So we're making an icon out of this one. We have the backup of it. Like, rename. Hornet Mark 1 flight mode, top down, transparent background. Okay, cool. Now we need to adjust grayscale. So filters. There has to be a way. There's blur, enhance, anti-delays, high pass, noise reduction. Probably be under colors, color balance, exposure, saturation, hue saturation, because we just want to go. There it is. Now, cancel that. So now we have that. We're getting very close to our eventual goal up there. We probably do want to rotate this thing a little bit, because we want to do it exactly like this. Is there a rotational tool? There has to be a bigger toolbox than this. Tools. I want to rotate 90 degrees exactly. There we go. Then offline, classic race, no, free fly. Mark 1. I want I want the kind of color for anvil ships. Okay. I need the UI, the heads-up color. The HUD color for anvil. Windows, there we go. That fucks everything up when I do single window mode. Anyways. We want a new layer. Right? We don't want to rotate anymore. Now I finally have my toolbox. All right, then we select that layer. Select, edit, paste. Okay. Now what we want is we want the color of whatever the fuck this is. So we need a dropper tool. Get that color. Clear that out. Collect this guy. Now we need the bucket tool. Boom! Maybe we want to go with a slightly darker one. Slightly darker version of that teal. Let's go back to the dropper tool here. Find one of the... there we go. One of these... Bucket, come here. There we go. That's a little better. Not nearly as... There you go. I like it. I like where we're going here. File, save as. This is the Mark III. Save. Now we need... to... figure out what the hell we're doing here. So what we can do is we can keep the composition the same. I don't know, do we want to go down to 140? We probably do want to scale the image. Delete this thing. We don't need that. We don't need its background. What? You motherfucker. There we go. There we go. And that's Mark III, right? Yeah, with Mark III. So what we want to do is, since we're doing icons for Elgato, $50 by $300. Do I want to do it now? Let's take a look what we got. We want to do a top and bottom, maybe. We could probably get this going right here like this. Or this sort of thing. And we can also like do some like stuff here with the cockpit as well. Like just make it like a brick or something to slide in. Because that looks almost like it's a different shade. Yeah, that's like gray. But we could do that by sliding over like a gray cube underneath here to kind of give that a little bit more of a shade so it sticks out a little bit more. But yeah. So probably want to move this thing higher up. All right, so add a new layer. Why does it do that? Like, add a new layer and it deletes the color? I have no idea why it does that. But I wanted to, like, color this thing. Like that. And for some reason, I click off that layer and it just, like, it goes back to the original color. It goes back to black. Why? Oh, well, that doesn't help. That's background. I'm gonna fill this guy. Or whatever the hell that is. Okay. So we need brackets. We need to make some brackets. So we need that. We can make one bracket, copy and paste, and rotate it. So that way we know they're the same. And then we need to make them roughly the same height. Because we're gonna go 144 by 144, so we need the canvas to be roughly all the same size too. So we need everything in like multiples of 144. That way it scales down properly, a little bit more better. Let's see here. What the fuck is this song? Not Alone trailer version. Is this Stellaris? Paradox Interactive. Okay. Size. Well, if I go 1440 by 1440. But we have a 1080p resolution. So what would be 144 times 9? No. 144 times 8? 1080p, no. Times 7? That would work. So we can do 1008 by 1008. And that'll give us a canvas. Oh, it just barely works. So if we take that and do this with it, we have some space on the bottom, or we could resize the thing, right? We can shrink the image. But it does give us an idea of what we're dealing with here. We're definitely have to shrink the Hornet. Yeah. Okay. So I wanna let's see here. So this layer called the Hornet. Hornet Mark 1. Mark 1 flight mode. Top down. I want to shrink him by like 10%, maybe 20%-ish. Layer. Scale layer by pixels by percent. Let's go 80%. Scale. Cool. That gives us a lot more maneuverability. Select none. We can kind of move him up a little bit. We have just a little bit of pixels. Image grid. View, where's grid? Show grid. There we go. Okay, so this is kind of just a setup. You can also just kind of move them over here. Place them over this way. We can scale the canvas however we want in the future, but like I said, I just want to kind of get everything kind of laid out. Call that brackets. These ones are very thin. I'm not quite sure how they did that. I'm guessing they use this, maybe 10 pixels, you think? We need one that's fairly square. Apply jitter, smooth throw, expand layer, incremental. About 20 pixels in thickness. Yeah, that looks about right. We just need to be straight. And there's a way to do that. Center lines. No golden sections. What was a fifth? We can do center lines. I don't want anti-aliasing. We need to figure out how that is. Layout is the hardest part to do. We need to figure out where the center of this fucking Hornet is. Having grid. Okay, hold on. Layer, view, grid. View, snap to grid. Awesome. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna like make a guide here. Because we want to make it right down the center of the Hornets. Right. Edits, fill with foreground color. We're gonna call this guide. Spacing guide. Okay, so that gives us a guide that we can line up on for the Hornet, for like laying stuff out. I can also rotate the Hornet a little bit to get the guide to line up, but it's lined up basically with the middle of the cockpit. And then roughly center of the ship. Right about here, you think, Vertigo? That's pretty close. I feel like we need to rotate the Hornet just a few degrees. Just a little. So let's get the rotational 2 out. Tools. Transform tools, rotate, Shift R. Like that. Maybe 1 degree. It's more in line, maybe half a degree. And it's more in line with the rear of the ship now. Okay. Rotate. It's not perfect going off the guides, but it's a little more better. I can probably move it down a little bit too. Like that. There we go. That is a little better. Can I move it forward some? Did I put the spacing guide on the... Vertigo, you're a fucking moron. Control Z, help me out here. So I drew the vertical line. I drew the vertical line on top of the actual cutout. Like it was supposed to be not part of the not part of this guy. Okay. This guy. Yeah, so like that. Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty decent. You rotate this guy a little bit. Tool, selection tool. We need transform tool. We need to rotate just a few degrees. Oh, it's locked. I have to unlock it. There we go. Half a degree. Rotate, and then we can move it. A little more in line with that. It's not perfect, but it's closer to being perfect. All right, good enough. Okay, so this gives the spacing guide gives us an idea of where the center of everything is. So how is this going to work? So plus, okay, so this is going to be brackets. So the brackets need to be in a box that is roughly smaller than the full size. So that's what we'll do. So we'll do a box and we'll do a size. So maximum size is going to be, what did I come up to for the 144? 108? 108 by 108. Positioned? I have no idea where we're going to position this thing. Rounded corners, feathered edges, rounded corners, anti-aliasing, yes. That's going to be like our canvas. That exactly on top of the Hornet. There we go. Okay. So, layer. Layer, no, image. Canvas selection, there we go. So that's the maximum we could have. Because this'll scale down very nicely. This will scale down very nicely to 144. Yes, it does, Kevin. Creation does come with pain. Okay, so our brackets are going to be a couple pixels smaller. I'm trying to think of how to do this. Wait, why did it do that? Layer image. Yeah, it's still bigger than it should be. Man. Astro Otter! Thanks for that raid, I appreciate it. Let me get you a shout out here. Gotta get my mouse over to my other screen here. I'm trying to make an emoji or something. Something like that. How'd your stream go? You playing some Star Citizen? Look at that, you were. And I'm not a very talented person when it comes to making this stuff, but I'm trying my best. Expat rate, oh, I appreciate it. So we probably just have to deal with, like, I don't know why it's not going to the scale I want. It should be, yeah, it's 150. I don't know why it's not going to 108, 108. It should be going to 108, 108. Centering on this guy. Image, layer. Fit canvas to selection. I have no idea what's going on there. Let's do layer. Actually, you know what? It's probably scale layer. No, crop to content. There we go. Layer to content. That's probably what's going on. The content is bigger. Image. So how am I going to build these brackets? They need to be a certain distance. So we know what the maximum is. So we want them to be just a little under 8. I guess 8 pixels on either side. So subtract 8 pixels, like 16 pixels from end to end. So instead of being 108, subtract 8 pixels from the top. Right? So it'd actually be 992. And then we need the width. So this is going to be the outermost edges of them. Actually, just select this one. So there's brackets. And then width, again, the outermost edges of this shit. We need a couple pixels, like another 8 pixels, maybe 16 pixels. So like 992, 992. It's gonna be that. And then fill that. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, 992 would work. Get off that. Okay. See where my problem is here. All right, let's get this moving again. This is just a guide. Try to line me up with the center of the hornet. Roughly the center of the hornet. Let's see, layer. I'm gonna crop that. Oh, 8 by 108. That's actually not the center. The center is like right about here. Layer image. Canvas to selection. I want to expand the canvas to like 108 by 108. I'm going to go to image, mode, Xcode, transform, canvas size. There we go. Resize. There we go. Now we have a canvas that's 108 by 108. Jesus Christ. And then we can kind of start moving stuff around. Okay. Why can't I select anything over here anymore? What the fuck? Windows. Alright, so we want selection. We want feathered edges, rounded edges, anti-aliasing feathered edges. And so we're going to use this as the outside curve, and then we'll do another cut on the inside. For our brackets, because we want a few pixels just like this. We want a few pixels hanging out on all the sides. So if we can create a box like that, we can put that box wherever we want with brackets. Because what really the real problem with this is symmetry and positioning, right? And if we just create a big box that covers the entire package, we can then fit the brackets wherever we want. All right, so we're gonna do that now. So it's gonna be 992 by 992. It's gonna be roughly centered on the ship, like this. I don't think that's good enough, Vertigo. What if we make it centered? What if we do 108 by... There we go. Center it exactly. Okay, so that's the bounding box of everything. What if we... I don't think 16 pixels is going to be enough. How about 50 pixels? Yeah, that looks kind of nice. Again, we need to have stuff on the out. This is going to be the interior. We need stuff on the outside. How many pixels do you think they use there, Vertigo? 9? 9 pixels. We're going to shrink this. Oh, god damn it. I know the curve is the bigger problem. Was it 950? Sorry, 950. That's already the final size of the project. We can control the curve this way, like that. See? So we do like 10 degrees. That's the outside curve, so 10 and 100 radius. Then if we do, drag that down here. Fill with foreground color. Oh, that's okay. Why did it not fill everything? Oh, we should be feathering the edges. Let's undo that. Oh, it's still feathered. Or did some stupid shit. Tool options. Okay, so we have tool options selected. Okay, so what the fuck? Why did it not? Because that's the problem. Like, why isn't it not a solid fucking color? Maybe if we get rid of anti-aliasing. That is absolutely disgusting. What is happening on the edges here? What the fuck is happening? Yeah, that's unselected in it. Okay. Yeah, it still has the exact same problem. Like when I autofill with a color, it spills over. There has to be something in there. I'm not quite sure where it is. There's that. There we go. That works. Alright, select. None. The fuck was that all about? I have no idea. Just. Alright, so we have the curve. We need to find the center of the ship, which is right about there. And you come all the way down. A couple pixels above the ship. Right? Because this is what we're doing. This is what we're trying to replicate. This is going to be the outside curve. Get a radius up to 100%. What if we do like just a 5? All right. Because it's 1008. That's no, it's gonna be, sorry, 980 by 980, and then we could move it around with the grab tool. We'll lock this guy in place. Oops. So I just realized it was off the canvas, and as a result, it so I have to move the position to 0, 0. There we go. Oh my god, okay. Down just a little bit. So we just need a big brick. How about smaller? 950. As long as it's all on the page, because it's just, we need to be taller. And thinner. This is, yeah, so this is going to define the outside edge, so it actually needs to be a bit bigger. 970. Then, yeah. By 22. What 25? And then we can move the Hornet up, but first we're gonna fill. Edit. Fill selected outline with background color. Okay. So we know how big this box is. We need a pen. That box is 970. Is this thing leaking? I know. I don't think these pens work anymore, Vertigo. They're too old. That one doesn't work. How about this one? 970 by 970. No, we're nowhere near done. We're getting close, though. Okay, so we know how big that is. So we need to figure out how thick we want the brackets to be. Okay, so we're good there. So we just need to subtract like 20 pixels from the next one. Right? Okay, so selection editor. So if we do... It was 20 by 20, I believe. And then if we do 950 by 950, let me move it down by like 5 pixels. 25. More than that, 30. Nah, we have to go, like, thinner. Or thicker than that. How about 900 by 900? Blah, 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 blah. That looks about right. And then we just delete, right? Delete selected. I think it needs to be 55 by 55. Oh, why would you do that? Edits. Okay, so I have the outline going. For fuck's sake. Why does it do that? Why the fuck does it do that? I press delete and it just destroys everything. Like, it does that. I don't want it to do that. What the fuck is that? Yeah, it leaves this weird transparent thing on the deletes that I don't want. And I don't understand how to get rid of that. Select invert, quick mask, save the channel to path, distort, move holes, border, grow, shrink, sharpen, feather. Image, layer. Color, tools. Yeah, it just does that. I don't know how to stop that from doing that. I would know how to do it in like the old version of GIMP, but for some reason they assume stroke selection. We want selection, airbrush, erase for healing, perspective, Conde, smudge, dodge, burn. How do I stop that from happening? See, it does that. I don't know why it does that. There's nothing in this tool that indicates that it's supposed to do that. I have no idea how to stop it. This isn't what I want. Fuck you, GIMP. Bucket fill. Normal. It has to do with something with like the deletion. This guy. No. No. Pressure size. No. Hard edges. No. No. Why does it do that? Yeah, it even does it when I have the eraser. It does that. Enable dynamics, maybe? It has to be a very basic setting in GIMP. Like preferences. Interface. I have no idea where it is. This is a pain in the ass. Actually, I need to go out and take a piss. I'll be right back. Gotta do an angry piss because GIMP is making me angry. I'm being geefed by my goddamn paint program. Well, I guess we get to read the goddamn manual. Because there has to be a way to change how this program deletes stuff. Let's go to help about GIMP. User manual. Table of contents. All right. History GIMP, starting GIMP, running GIMP, changing language, command line arguments, configure the folders, tips and tricks. Tip of the day. Look at your preference dialog. Okay. This doesn't help me that much. The preference dialog can be accessed from main menu through edit preferences. Let's customize many aspects of the way GIMP works. Section details. Your configuration folders for a power user wants to rather work with text rather than graphical interface. You can prepare test. Okay. I guess it's an idea of where it is. Preferences would be like tool options, I guess. Right. Interface, theme, icon, toolbox. That gives you the toolbox. We can have more tools in there, I guess. Dialog defaults, don't care. Help system, that's fine. Display, Windows management. Tool options. Allow. Paint options shared between tools. Gradient, expand layer, pattern, dynamic, brush. What if I uncheck all this? Oh, editing non-visible layers. What if that does it? No. What if we get rid of feathered edges? No. Anti-aliasing? No. No. I have no idea, Shempasta. I'm trying to figure out... The problem I'm having is I get a fake transparency in here, and I don't want that. I want a solid, hard line. And I can't figure out how to get the game, or this stupid thing, to actually give me that when I press delete. And I'm losing my goddamn mind. There has to be some option, tool option, that I can turn on and off to solve this issue. Command line arguments. Running GIMP, basic concept windows. Let's see, intention of it, change the size of image on screen, compressing images, cropping an image, find out about your image, changing your mode, flipping an image, rotating. I know, right? It's not visible, or trying to act outside a layer, trying to act outside a layer group. The crop tool leaves areas empty after cropping. Feathering. What is feathering? With the default settings, basic tool selections such as rectangle select tool create sharp sections. Pixels inside the dash line are fully selected. Pixels outside completely unselected. Toggle quick mask is either clear rectangles, sharp edges, surrounded from red. Use the feather edges checkbox and tool option to toggle between gradual selection and sharp selection. Feather rays can adjust, determines the distance with or which transition occurs. So it is feathering that I'm feathering. I'm fighting. I now know what I'm fighting. It's called feathering. Yeah. So we want to feather edges. Anti-aliasing is fine. Spacing hardness for us. Hard edges. No. So the delete button does not give us hard edges. Where would I find that option? Let's see here. Cutting and pasting so that objects blend smoothly and to the surrounding. Use select feather from the main menu. Sharpening is the opposite. Okay. Okay, the opposite of feathering is sharpening. Gotcha. Edits. Fucking finally we figure out what the hell we're doing here. Jesus Christ. I feel like I need a drink after that. I feel like I need a beer. So, feathering has this weird, gentle transition. Sharpening is a very defined, definitive transition. So we need to shrink this down some more. This selection. What was it? 95 by 950. What? Oh, okay, so we're gonna do this. Look, good thing we writ down what our status was. 970, so 970 by 970. What was that? 35. Rounded corners. How about 850? Oh, 85, 850 by 850. Then, like, I don't know. When you move this into the center of the screen. Not quite sure what we're doing here. But yeah, we need to move a little up. Chempasta, were you one of my mods? I think I forgot to remod Chempasta after he got timed out a bunch of times. Right. Alright, so... yeah. 85 and 80. I feel like I need to be higher. What about 75? 75. That look about right? It's a little thick. But now we can start. Now we have the brackets kind of figured out. Right? And again, we can do the same color for the brackets. Yeah, Shemposs, he's a good guy. All right. Then we can do the text. Do I have a text button? I do. Let's see here. Then controls. Array. Do we have a better one? Wait, do we actually have like a selector for text? Oh, here it is. I want something kind of blocky and kind of like, you know, mechanical. Web dings, yeah. Verdan. And then we need to like set. Where's the center of this? There we go. Control. No, this way. There we go. And it looks like we need to capitalize the whole thing, too. About 108. There's also the spacing. There we go. Plus 20. Difference being it's not going to be a black button. It's going to have like a background, a transparent background. So we also need to create, because that's fine. So another, yeah. And this is going to be, we don't need a spacing guide, controls, brackets. The brackets we need to do more coloring with. Right? Where's my bucket tool? Bucket tool, where are you? There you are. Brackets. Select, let's see, let's flip those around. Select none. There we go. It'll have a little bit of blank space around it. Or we could just, like, expand it out entirely. Because, I mean, you just have, like, a border on it. But I like the gap in this one at the top and the bottom. We just need to delete a set amount between these 2 points. Because now that the Hornet is in there exactly where I want it. The word controls is in there about where I want it, and I have the brackets about where I want them. I just need to like delete enough from the top and bottom. So view grid. Right. So we can start at what, 150, you think? Oh, we can do snap to grid too. Snap to grid. And then we don't want anti-laser rounded corners. We just want a flat edge. And then we go to like, I don't know. How much is that? So Where's the curve start? Right about here at this one. So we went about where the 150 starts, right? And we're going to delete that, and we're going to delete roughly the same amount of material from the bottom. Which we could just... Hold on a second. Because of how this works... Boop. You can tell the other one just it has a little bit more material. Right? Actually, we probably want to go a little bit further. Because the C is like covered. So let's cover the entire C. Like right there, and the S. It's beautiful. Mine has guns on it. Right? Mine has guns on it still. I kind of like it. Now we just need to resize it. Do I ever put peanut butter? I do. I love peanut butter on my pancakes. But I don't eat a lot of pancakes anymore. I just have to step back and marvel at my creation now. Okay, so we need to add a little gray square to cock square. Or cock polygon. There is no background. It was supposed to be transparent. I have the spacing guide. All right, so we're gonna create a little square here, like that, like that. Doesn't need to be super big, like that. And then we just kind of want to light a gray color. Something like that. And we'll save that. And we're going to go ahead and export as a Hornet icon. Hornet control icon. And then we get our thing out here. Go to Star Citizen. I don't know. Hotkey. We could do a hotkey switch too, but this will probably just send it into like flight mode or something. Actually, you know what? Delete that. We can go into mining mode. Right? Why is it not an icon? Is it? Did I put it in work in progress? Nope. File, export as PNG. Are these PNGs? Or are they JPEGs? General. Details. No, it's PNG. Oh, it's probably because it's too big. Cancel that. How come I can't cancel this? Whatever, cancel. Yeah, we have to remember to, like, resize it. File, image. Scale image. 144. Now, if I did this right, it should scale to 144 perfectly. Oh, that sucks. File export as. Hornet icon Mark III. No, this is Hornet controls. Hornet flight mode. .png. Exports. Huh. Okay. Documents. Icons. Probably going to the whip folder. Where the fuck are you putting this? Documents, Elgato. It's putting into the work in progress. Okay. Oh. That's why. I was like, what the fuck? God damn it. There we go. It works. So if I go into mining mode, I have a button that says controls. It looks about like this. Title X, get rid of that. It's kind of hard to read. Let's see if we can go to the download folder. XL pack. Where's the XL pack? There it is. For some reason it went there. Documents, Elgato bullshit, icons. I'm gonna just throw that in there. We want another hotkey. We wanted to do combat. I don't care about the animated shit. Where's that Gladius one? Yeah, controls. How does that look? Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's hard to read. The 144. Yeah, the 144 is really hard to read. The icon. Mine works just a little. I need a thinner text. The brackets are fine, right? The brackets are fine, but it's hard to. It's really kind of hard to tell. Like it's a little bit better with like the Elgato Stream Deck. When it's on the actual deck itself, it's fine. I need to thin up the brackets, and I need to thin up the text. But I can definitely tell that's a Hornet looking at it. Like, so there are some good things to this. So the text is the problem now. Controls, tool options, text. Edit text. Oh shit. Okay, so we're gonna have to like back out of this. There we go. So we need like a thinner text. This all works though. The color works fine. The color works just fine. We have to change the actual Verdana bold. Nah, that's not working. Regular. That's it. That's right there. All right, and then we need to thin up the brackets and bring them in a little bit. So I'll probably have to make a new set of brackets, which since we already know how to make these, we can just like boop, new layer. Brackets Mark II. 2. And we already roughly know what the canvas size is. Everything's kind of positioned where I want it, so we're good to go there. All right, so selection tool. Rounded corners. I like the feather, the rounded corners, that's fine. What did we think here? For the outside edge, we did what? 970 by 970. We need to bring them in a little bit more. So let's do 950 by 950. Oh, this song. 0, so you're looking by what, 10? Okay. Maybe 940 by 940. Bring them in a little further. Then 30. Sorry, 30. 5. This was a track. This was a track for like the Toxoid DLC for Stellaris. It was like toxic creatures. Yeah, we're gonna talk about toxicity. All right, rounded edges. I think we want to do 10. This is gonna be the outside curve. Everything looks copacetic. So what is our settings? 940 by 940 and 35, 35. So pause is 35 by 35. Size is 940 by 940. That'll help inform our next part of this. So we'll fill with foreground color. That's fine. Black is fine. I don't feel like those corners are very rounded. Yeah, we'll probably have to go like higher, like. Okay, let's undo that. Oops. Oops. Brackets Mark II, that works for me. The radius is gonna be 50. I fucked up. I'm still learning. So it's 940. 940 and then 35 by 35. And then fill with foreground color. I can live with that. Because I just want a little bit more space on the sides, and we're going to thin up the thing. All right. And what are we going to do? Radius. Radius was 50 degrees. Yep, Kevin, we're making Elgato Stream Deck icon. I have the Stream Deck literally right in front of me. It's either that or we have to play Star Citizen today. And I felt more creative this morning when I woke up instead of playful. And if you want this icon, I'll just put it on the Discord and you can have it for your own Elgato. Or you can use it as an emote for something. I don't care. That actually looks pretty good right there. What is that, 820? How about 820 by 820? That's a little too much. You just got to be taller than it is wider. 860? No! Sure. Sure. Position is going to have to be equal 70 by 70. Nah. We got to get... There we go. 85? By 85? Need more upper. 75 by 85? Wings are different sizes. They're close enough. Fuck you, Norse Hammer. They're close enough. And at the icon scale we're working at, you're not gonna notice. What else? Yeah, that'll work. Boop. Oh, you son of a bitch. Why did it do that? 75? What the fuck happened? Oh, I zoomed in really fucking far. Oh, shit lords. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. And if I hit delete, there you go. It's a little thick in the back here. It looks like. Yeah, I need to move it. I need to expand it out a little bit. Let's see here. Selection. No, 860 is good. $840. That looks pretty good. And then we just need to get, since we're going to use the controls down here. And the S, so we just need to go right there. I'm going to do a very hard edge. Ah, you son of a bitch. Look at us. Then, grab the Hornet, grab the toolbox, dropper tool, click. And then, paint bucket tool, where are you at? Bucket tool, brackets mark 2, boop. What are we doing here, game? Well, the problem is we're going to have to rescale everything. So, we need to go to export, save as. This is going to be Mark 4. There's a reason why I keep changing the marks. Because maybe I want to go... Maybe I accidentally save over something I want to go back to. That way I can have like a backup copy of stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to scale image to 144 by 144. And you're not really going to know until you export. Right? And then go to your thing here and change. Where is it? Documents. Looks like it didn't change at all. Oh, you know what? Probably because it went to the work in progress. Export as. There we go. Icons. And then we have to change it in here. So it changed just a little bit. And quite honestly, like the readability is still not that good for the word controls. I don't know if you all can see that. Actually, we can just like swap over to the whiteboard. See if this works. Ah, it didn't work. Hold on, we have to turn the logic. We have to actually turn the camera on. There we go. So if we actually look at it in full screen, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. I need to turn off the green screen for this one. Do I have a filter button? There we go. Chroma key. If we turn off the chroma key, the lettering is just a little too small to read properly. Just a tiny bit too small. But it's there. So I need taller lettering. Lettering that's taller. But we're heading the right direction. We're heading the right goddamn direction. Oh, fuck off, Norse Hammer. I swear to God. Don't you fucking start with me. Alright, so we need taller lettering. Blah, 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 blah. That's... bigger font? I don't know if there's a way to, like, just increase the pixel size of the letters. We can do that. We can increase the... I have no idea what that does. Box fix, dynamic. Oh, that's how that works. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna have to increase the size of the text. That's all there is to it. Oh my God. Oh, I've made it so it... okay. I'm fighting this guy over here. Is it locked or something? No. That's the best we got. The round is too... fuck off! God damn it, you guys. Okay. What song is this? This is pretty... Infernals. There we go. Okay, so now we need to do image resize, scale image to 144 by 144. File. Export. Yeah, just export it to that. Nope, I didn't want to launch that. Well, shit. Well, now that this is happening. It's a little better, but oh god, now it's even worse. Fuck off, Helldivers. So the problem is now is the word kind of blends, the word controls blends in too well with the brackets. So now I need, like, it's legible, the word controls, but it's just, The brackets are too thick. Too thick. That's unfortunate. So we need to thin up the brackets a little bit, which we can do. That's easy. We come up here and click on this. Control Z. Zoom out. Then we go brackets Mark II. Do another of that. Rounded corners, 50 degrees, yep. So it was... I can't remember the size originally. Should have wrote that shit down. I think it was 850 or something. By 9,870. The position looks about correct. Yeah, that's about correct right there. A5 by 75 position. Yeah. 840. 860. That looks about right. So we need to take a couple pixels out of all this. About 10 pixels. So let's go 85. Let's go to 75. And 65. And then 850. And then 830. No, we need to go bigger. So 850. By 860. Right, so we need to go to 870. Bigger. 880. Bigger. $860, $880. So in theory, are we on the right? Yeah, we're on the right brackets. Are you fucking kidding me? Why does it do that? Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck is that? Alright, so that's fine. Right there. Brackets, come here. $80 by 70, something like that. $75. So let's go to 65. I'll bring up there, and then 880. Like that. That's a few pixels, so we need more. How about 890? And then go to 55. So we need to add more pixels. 900. Good. So let's take 20 pixels out of this to 60, and then we'll add 870. Another one, 880. Nah, it needs more. 890. There we go. There we go. The brackets are a lot thinner. Just kind of how it is. Files. Cancel that. File save. File export as. Corner flight mode. Nope, we can't. No. We gotta shrink. We're gonna do image. Scale image to 144. To 144. Scale. File export. There we go. That is actually a lot better. I still have problems reading the word controls, but I can fix that by, like, squeezing everything together a little bit. So we need to go back and to this guy. We need text. So we need to, like, reduce the gaps between all the words. About 15, I think. Save. Make sure we're at the 108 by 108. And then layer, no, image. Scale image, 144. Export. Flight mode. Elgato. There we go. That is actually a lot more. That is extremely more legible. And it works. Go over to our whiteboard so you guys can see. Turn off the background images here real quick. Filter. Turn off the chroma key so you can actually see it. So here's the one that came with the pack over here, and then here's the one I made. So pretty decent, if you ask me. So what I need to do next is make more. Ideally, this was all about discovering, learning, and figuring out how stuff works. And then we can also save as work in progress, Hornet icon Mark IV. Let's see, Hornet icon 144 by 144 Mark V. Final. Hornet icon. Hornet controls. Flight mode. .144 by 144. Final. There we go. It's not a work in progress, it's just... And that gives us the... I have to remember to put the, whatchamacallit in there, the, size of the icon. Fuck off. But it looks nice. Yeah. Alright, so also we need... ballista, right? I don't even know why I bought a ballista. So free flights, right? I can't do the map selection. So I'm gonna go into the Arena Commander. I'm gonna do offline. I'm gonna do free fly. I don't know, Crossroads of Kime. Select vehicle selection, Aegis, Anvil, Gladiator, Ballista. I have like 2 million rental credits. So the next thing I want to do is I want to get like let's see here. Anvil, Ballista, deploy. Where the fuck am I? Am I falling? I'm falling. What? Why is this level entirely black? I have no idea. For the thumbnail now, we need other stuff now. We have the silhouette. I want to make other icons as well. Whitney Hurston, thank you for that follow. Anyways, yeah, we can close that one. We have some other stuff in this item pack I would love to do. So we have the controls. Now that I have that, I can do stuff like, you know, lights, master mode, gear up. I want to do some gear up stuff. Also the configuration, like furl unfurl. Your configuration. I can have that as the Hornet for like different configurations for landing mode. So I want to get It's hilarious. It's so dark in here. It's so spooky. Do you think, yeah, like the company, if the company's worth something, like you could be like taken over by a hostile entity, could be parted out. All right, so this is what I wanted right here. Can I get access to engineering, like power and whatnot? No, I can't. This is the one place I would have loved to have like access to engineering, because then I could have scammed out the icons. So usually what happens is either, well, you could settle out of court for like the value of the company, right? If you agree to that. But yeah, you're right. If you're under duress, like you're not going to get a fair price. And if it came to the point where like you had to liquidate the company, you'd do it like they did with whatchamacallit, Alex Jones, where they go to auction the company off to the highest bidder. So usually a judge would assign like an arbiter, a disinterested third party, to auction off the company for as much money as they could get. And there was like the Alex Jones had that problem with the Sandy Hook survivors. Now the problem with this, these icons are going to be rotated slightly, and the steering wheel's kind of in the way. Well, it may not be a problem, a huge problem. I kind of wanted the icons to be like right in front of me, but this is honestly like not nearly as bad as like the whatchamacallit, the Corsair. Let's see here. Also, it's a steering wheel, not a flight stick, not an engine. Oh god damn it! You need a spaceship, Vertigo. Not a vehicle. It's a steering wheel for the vehicle. Mark 1. I'm trying to think of like not a Pisces. Carrack, maybe? Lightning. I have a Ballista, Arrow. Carrack. What's the play in the Carrack? It is so bizarre to spawn into this completely black, sunless map. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is so good right here. So there we go. I get the icons exactly how I want them. Boom. It's like there's a screen right in front of you. It's slightly above you, so it's going to be a little offset, but it's going to be offset in a direction that's not terrible. No, you're not. I mean, he could sell off the IP, but it would be sold off to the highest bidder. You'd have like an auction style thing going. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know exactly how it would go. How it would shake down. Cancel that export. Get rid of this clap. So the next thing we need to do is we need to come in here and clean this up. And then we need to make a landing. Furl, unfurl. Emote for VTOL toggle. VTOL toggle. No. Cycle configuration. Yes. Yes. Kind of like the pack we have here, the icon pack we have here. Because you'd have like flight mode and you'd have like, yeah. You'd have flight mode with the wings out and then, or you can do it for landing gear. I can't figure out why Bungie's thinking they're getting sued for those lightsabers. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but George Lucas I don't think George Lucas invented the lightsaber. I'm pretty sure there was like stuff before Star Wars that had lightsabers in it. The sword's made out of light. As long as you don't call it a lightsaber, you're probably fine. You can call it a sword of light, a light dagger or something, or a light short sword or something, a photon sword, photon dagger. But I swear to God, I've probably read a book somewhere that had like a lightsaber description in it. He was probably the first that put it onto the silver screen. But there's been other properties that had like swords made out of light. Yeah, beam sabers. And also Gundam is like a different country. But again, if if Disney and George Lucas really wanted to be a pain in the ass, Gundam would be like in a world of fucking hurt because they have beam sabers constantly. And when you watch a Gundam pull out a beam saber, it's like, that's a lightsaber. How the fuck did they get away with that shit? Like I said, that's a fucking lightsaber if I've seen one. Gundam! Fucking brutal shit sometimes. Let's see if they actually have, like, beam sabers. That energy sword, right? Oh my god, that's a little loud. That's a fucking lightsaber. That guy's dual-wielding lights. Like I said, how the fuck did they get away with this on screen? Because Disney doesn't own the right to... Look at the hilts! They look exactly like lightsabers from Star Wars. It's just like, how do they get away with it? Because Disney doesn't own the idea of a lightsaber. Of course, we have to stop for the kids' reactions. So, like, there's been other properties outside of Disney that have done, like, lightsabers before, even after Disney bought the property. You could do it. They can't sue you over just the fucking lightsaber. They can try, and that's what a slap case is. The idea is, like, you can... Gundam has prior art. I'm pretty sure Gundam came after George Lucas, 1970-something, Star Wars. But of course, I can't remember when Gundam started out, like the very first series, if they had like lightsabers and shit. But that's also something like would come up in during Discovery is like, was there something before Star Wars that had lightsabers in it? And you'd have to go through a whole bunch of media to figure out if there was something before Star Wars. Disney would, of course, argue Gundam isn't Disney. I don't know who Gundam is. I can't remember who Gundam is made by, but it's not Nintendo. Gundam isn't owned by Nintendo. I'm pretty sure Nintendo probably licensed Gundam before to make like for the Wii or something. But you'd have to go through a whole bunch of different... So Destiny, Bungie would have to go through a whole bunch of prior art, like search through a whole bunch of like old media to find like a representation of a lightsaber before George Lucas invented the idea of lightsaber for Star Wars in like 1974, 1971 or something, back when the first episode, A New Hope, came out. So if you found something that had a lightsaber in it before George Lucas had the idea, you can just argue prior art. Disney does not own the lightsaber at that point. Whoever made it before Star Wars, they owned the idea of the lightsaber, and they could sue you. Bandai Sunrise, okay. So that's what would happen. That was one way of handling it. But like I said, there's nothing to stop Disney from actually just sending a cease and desist to Bungie and saying, hey, you got lightsabers, we own lightsabers, we're going to sue you. And then you have to go to court, you have to pay a bunch of lawyers, a bunch of money gets, and that's what a lot of companies do. That's why we have a two-tiered legal system in America, is if you have money, you get to participate. If you don't have money, you get fucked. So 1977. I knew it was around 70-something. 75, 74. So if you had any media before 77, when Star Wars came out, that had a lightsaber in it, or something that looked like a lightsaber, Bungie was like, look, prior art. You don't own a lightsaber. Lightsabers are like whoever owns this. There's also like public domain. I can't remember what we're up to in public domain. 1920s. Yeah, we're not. 1970s not in public domain yet. I know Winnie the Pooh entered the public domain, and the original Mickey Mouse entered the public domain. The Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse is in public domain now. Yeah. So what would end up happening would be Bungie would probably just pay off Disney before they even got to court. It would just be cheaper to pay Disney to fuck off instead of like fighting out in court. Yeah, that's usually what happens. If you have a lot of money, you can just pay your lawyer to like sit on the case forever. You know, you pay a lawyer like $100,000 a year, and they just keep the lawsuit chugging along. And then if you don't have, if you don't make more than millions and millions of dollars every year, if you're just a poor schmuck that makes like $48,000, $50,000 a year, you can't afford that. You can't afford to. You have to represent yourself, and then you're an idiot, and you lose because of technicality, and then you owe millions in legal fees to like Disney or something. Yeah, and it's not how it should be, right? That's what anti-slap laws. I can't what a slap lawsuit stands for. I have to look it up here. No, I don't want to go to AI mode. Understanding anti-slap laws. What is anti-slap? Short for strategic lawsuit against public participation. Slaps have become an all too common tool for intimidation, silencing criticism through expensive, baseless legal proceedings. Anti-slap laws are meant to provide remedy to slap lawsuits. Are intended to prevent people from using courts and potential threats of lawsuit to intimidate people who are exercising their First Amendment rights. In terms of reporting news, organization, individual journalism can use anti-slap statutes to protect themselves from a financial threat of groundless defamation cases brought by subjects of an enterprising or investigative story. So, yeah, that's what slaps. Strategic lawsuit against public participation. There are a few jurisdictions in the United States that have anti-slap regulation. I believe Washington State is one of those jurisdictions. Does Washington State passed new anti-slap statutes insights. Effective July 25th, 2021, State of Washington has a new anti-slap statute replacing the version of the Washington State Supreme Court declared invalid in 2015. The statute restores important defense for news organizations, political groups, and other speakers and publishers against defamation and similar claims. The Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, a modified version of the Washington adopted, is designed to deter meritless litigation that targets the exercise of free speech. Like its predecessors, the revised Code of Washington State 424 2525, the new law allows defendants to file special motions for expedite relief if the claim falls within three categories: communications in a legislative, executive, or judicial, administrative, or other government proceeding, Communication on an issue under consideration or review in a legislative, executive, judicial, administrative, or other governmental proceedings, and exercising the right of freedom of speech of the press, exercising the right of freedom of speech or of the press, the right to assemble or petition, the right of association guaranteed by the United States Constitution or Washington State Constitution on a matter of public concern. A court must dismiss the lawsuit if it finds the claim subject to anti-SLAPP statutes that either the responding party fails to establish a prima facie case to each essential element. I have no idea what that means. The moving party establishes either that the responding party failed to state a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. 2, there is no genuine issue as to any material fact, and the moving party is entitled to judgment as a matter of law on the cause of action part cause. That's lawyers stuff. And is Crytek still suing CH? That lawsuit was settled a long time ago. I want to say like over 4 years ago. Marcus, they settled out of court. We don't know how it ended, but we know it's no longer a thing. Prima facie. Okay. But yeah. So if you can't be sued, well, you can still be sued, right? You can sue anybody for any reason in America. But whether or not the lawsuit goes anywhere depends on the judge. And the anti-SLAPP basically says if you're exercising your right to free speech, freedom of the press, freedom of association, freedom to petition the government, a private entity or corporation cannot sue you. For just having an opinion, right? You can say, of course, there's also defamation too. Like if you defame somebody by making false statements on them, they can sue you for that. That's still a thing. But if it's defamation, is defamation if it's true, right? But anyways, and there's a bunch of jurisdictions in the United States which do not have anti-SLAPP laws. It's not a federal recognized statute. And I don't think it ever will be with the Supreme Court we have. It'll never, ever, ever be. All right. Now, this is roughly the same picture that we got, so we just need to cut the wings out. So if we do select, we need a toolbox. Tools. File, new. I don't know why I did that. File, edit, paste. There we go. That's what I want right there for that. And then file, save as. Let's see here. Button, let's see, Carrick. Anvil, Carrick buttons. We'll throw that in there. I need to get that before we go any further. Brushes. There we go. Brushes. Brushies. Tool options. Cool. Windows. Layers. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a selection tool. I'm just going to grab this big old chunk. Big old chunker. Because we just need the wing positions. Edit. We don't need rounded corners either. Then edit. Copy. File new. Yes. And then what we want is we want to go into our Star Citizen folder. Go to ships. Bring out the Anvil. Work in progress. Anvil Hornets. Boop. There we go. Screen S background. And then new layer. Yeah. And then... and then edits. Paste. Cool, and then we drag it beneath this guy. And then we move it. So the idea is we can line up bits of it. Actually, we need to put the this one above it. Like this. There we go. And then we just erase everything. Then we file, save as. We're going to go back to Star Citizen. Documents. There's the pictures. Apple. I don't know what's going on with Apple and Epic Games. So we want to go to video game related. Star Citizen. I like how I press S and it goes like, oh. What the fuck is this? What? What the fuck are you searching? Oh my god. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. What is this? Okay, cool. Okay, we're there. Anvil. Hornets. Let's see, this is going to be landing mode. All right, and then we need to go to the erasal tool. This guy, find the top layer, and then boop. Oh, why is this like weird? Oh, it's angle. If we do angle 0. So the nice thing is I can't erase the bottom layer, but I do need to erase that. So what I could do is I could erase this white stuff, and then I'm gonna have to erase this white stuff here. But it reveals the ship underneath, which is really nice. But luckily we don't have a lot of work to do. Right? And then what we do is we swap the layers. We take this layer and we put it up underneath this layer, then we start to erase the parts of the ship that's not the landed mode part of the ship. That was the plan all along. Right? So we need like a layer of 5. There we go. Because we're going to have to get like really close. Or we can go to like 1. 2 works. Hardness. Hard edges. Go. Thermodynamics. Yeah, I just, it was one of those just two corporations fighting it out to like for customers' money. It really wasn't anything too crazy. Let's see here. Smooth strokes. Why does it change like that? Oh, yeah, I don't want that. Oof. Fuck off, dynamics. So it's just Epic suing Apple for more cut because they didn't like. I mean, they signed a contract to pay Apple 30%, and Epic's like, no, we're gonna go around you, and you're gonna have to sue us to get your money. It's one of those things where it's just kind of like an asshole move. Like, I get it, like, Apple, like, is a big corporation, I shouldn't care about them, but you signed a contract with Apple to follow their rules, and then suddenly you decided that the rules don't apply to you because you're just a really big company that has a lot of money. That's basically what happened there. Kind of like what happened with EA and Steam. I don't know if everybody remembers, like, Dragon Age Origins. EA released Dragon Age Origin on Steam, and then they put an NPC in your camp so that when you rested, you'd go to your camp to rest for the night, do a long rest in between like missions and whatnot, and then NPC would show up in your camp that would try to sell you DLC through the game. And that was against Steam's terms of service. So Steam eventually kicked Electronic Arts off their platform and said, nah, fuck you. You're supposed to pay us. You can't sell. You can do it on your own platform, Electronic Arts, but you can't do it on our platform. You have to give us 30% of all your sales on our platform. If you're going to sell on our platform, you have to pay us. And 30% was what we agreed to. But apparently Apple wasn't interested in negotiating, so they just did it. So that's what Epic did. They just did it, and they basically they tried to shame Apple into like giving them a better deal. It had nothing to do with like pro-consumer shit. Like you could argue there was some altruism in what Epic did to like try to bring Apple to the bargaining table with the lawsuit. There's plenty of developers. See, that's kind of the thing with Apple. Apple just like if you want to publish anything on an Apple device, you have to go through Apple's bullshit. Like you have to use their tools, their development software, their pipelines, and you have to follow their rules when you publish it. Which is one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of like Apple games that run on Apple hardware being developed. Like iOS games and whatnot are really difficult to support as a result. And then plus when you put something on the Apple Store, Apple Pay Store, like you have to give them 30% of all your sales. But Apple has a really nasty habit of like making things really difficult for developers because of their walled garden. They don't just let anybody in. It's an exclusive club. And there's a bunch of people out there who don't want it to be an exclusive club. We're like, more power to you if you can get it to work out. If you can get it to work out for you. Good luck. But like I said, it's like Epic Games versus Apple, two corporations that have more money than God. Like, whatever. What the fuck ever. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't involve me in the slightest. There's my smart select tool. Delete that. And save that. But hey, Tim Sweeney, thanks for the free games. That's the only thing I use the Epic Store for. Just getting free games that I never play. There we go. We're slowly Slowly bringing it in. I mean, there's, well, you're right. Valve doesn't do a very good job of curating because they treat themselves like Walmart, a more adult version of Walmart. They're just a storefront. If you want to sell stuff on there, they have curated stuff before on their store. There's certain things they've kicked off. If it's really bad, you know, we're talking malware levels of bad though. But you have to be pretty fucked to like get kicked off the Steam store. Like the Hatred, remember that game Hatred, which was like just a spree shooter? You know? People wanted that thing off the fucking Steam. The people want porn games off the Steam store. They're still up on there. Yeah. Nope. I think I erased some stuff that's actually, yeah. I erased some stuff that's supposed to stay. There we go, get rid of the bottom. And believe it or not, like, I think Gabe Newell brought Hatred back personally. Because it was just like, it's a product, people. It's not a statement. But yeah, there's been stuff on the Steam store that probably could have been taken off. Like, sometimes they do a very good job of making sure like stuff is uploaded that doesn't have malware. I know there was a streamer recently that was like got his like Bitcoin wallet taken over because someone convinced him to download some random game off Steam that was like super cheap that had like a malware in it that stole stole access to his fucking Bitcoin wallet or some horse shit like that. Hey, corpse, come back, come front, come everywhere. Yeah, it's like I mean I think they could I don't know. They could probably charge more than $100 to get shit listed on Steam. It'd probably help like reduce the amount of malware. It's not going to stop it though. If somebody really wants to put the effort in. And they have enough money, they could get malware in their game. Hell, I remember years ago, back in the very early 2000s, I downloaded a game. This was back when the early days of the internet, when if you wanted to play a multiplayer game, you had a couple choices. Most developers didn't have like their own server browsers, so you had to use someone else's server browsers, like WON, W-O-N, or you had to use GameSpy. So your game, you'd get a disc. You go to the electronics store. You'd buy your game off the shelf. Would come with a physical disc. You'd install it, and then you'd have to install a third-party software to play multiplayer. BattleNet was like before its time. The idea of like having your own servers that you ran your multiplayer games on was just unheard of at the time. You reached out to a third party, and they hosted all your servers through like certain protocols that they dealt with. But I remember downloading and installing a version of GameSpy that actually had a virus on it back in the day. So it happens. That shit happens. I can't remember what virus it was, but there was a virus on it. Fuck, I was kind of pissed off and fucked my computer up. Kind of dating myself there, carbon dating. How old I am. GameSpy, WON. Like I want to play like Homeworld online or something. You had to have WON installed. And then everybody figured out just kind of how to do it, and that's GameSpy kind of went the way of the dodo. And they realized it was nicer to have more, like, granular control over their multiplayer products. Prevent people from cheating and guarantee that people aren't gonna, like, download, like, dumb bullshit, like, malware and stuff while you're playing your game. And you can do more interesting things, programming-wise, too. If you had control of all the servers. You know, do your own custom modes instead of letting everybody, like, do their own thing. I pre-eat that stuff, yeah. And then if you wanted, like, after, like, GameSpy and 1, Xbox Live... Remember Games for Windows Live, everybody? When that shut down, like, there was Hamachi. If you wanted to play some old-ass multiplayer game with your friends... hell, I remember, like, Direct Connect as well. Like, you had to actually program the game to dial someone's phone number. Master of Orion. I remember me and my friend were playing a game of Master of Orion. Turn-based, Master of Orion 2, actually. And I had to call his house. He had to have a second... You either had to sacrifice your phone line for a day, for like a portion of the day. I had to beg my parents to let me play this game at a certain hour. We actually had to schedule time because I would be monopolizing the phone, or you had to buy a second phone line. But Hamachi convinced your computer that you were connected to another person through your local network, but it was over the internet. So it was just a really high latency local intranet, or LAN configuration. That's what Hamachi did. It just tricked your computer into thinking that your your Ethernet ports were connected together. Oh yeah, you're on the same router, sure. You're just, 300 milliseconds away from each other, but it's fine. It's just a really long internet cable, like a really long Ethernet cable. But yeah, that was Hamachi. And that's how you had to play those old games. If you wanted to play Direct Connect. Or you had to dial someone up. Dial up. That's a thing. Don't miss those days. Yeah, dial up. You'd be done jerking off before the picture of the girl loaded. Before you even saw her tits. That's how slow it was. But hey, by the time her feet loaded, you'd be all ready for a second round. I know, right? Dial-up is just like, you're just making screeching sounds into a speaker, right? That's all. It's basically just a really advanced version of Morse code. Oh, really? Norsehammer, your mom had dial-up until 2013? Hell, I probably jerked off to a picture of her. Back then. There we go. Let's get our moms involved in this. But yeah, some places they still use dial-up. Some places still use dial-up. They still have copper. Out in the boonies and whatnot. Sometimes you don't have, you can have a DSL line. Oh yeah. Yeah, especially it would be like a 240p picture or something. Just be like, oh my god, it looks so stupid. You had to squint and use your imagination. That's all we had back in my day. Or you find the girly Megs in your dad's closet or under the bed. That was the jackpot. Go over to your friend's house and you find your friend. Your friend's like, hey, look what I found in my dad's closet. Find like a Playboy or Hustler or something. Ah, those salad days. And then your friend get caught with it in school. And then suddenly your friend has to go to boarding school in, like, Tennessee or something. For reasons. I wonder why. What happened up here? Game, you're killing me. Actually, let's undo that real quick. Control Z. What are we doing? I don't want the zoom tool. I want the magic tool. Magic me some tools. Ah! Why? There must be a pixel or something. Yeah, there's a couple pixels hooked up still. I didn't perfectly clean everything. It's like Minesweeper. There we go. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so that's clean. They're a little offset from each other. I know I could probably fix that, but I need to, like, clean this guy up. I could also do it from here, too. I could just kind of, like, cut the pieces. I can just cut the wing, because I really only need to cut the wings off, like, right here. So I can just take a big selection tool and just snip. This is going to go a lot faster. Yeah. Your dad had a full room full stacks. Yeah, so did my dad. I think everyone back then kind of had their had nudie magazines. All right, so what do we got? Size 1 pixel. All right, let's dig this piece out here. Wait a minute, what? There we go. Thank you, Gimp. Gimp actually saved my ass there a little bit. All right, we'll get this done. And then we'll call that a stream. I probably should have switched our category over to, like, art or something. Set up whatever the fuck with Star Citizen. Let's increase our size a little bit. No, that's too much. Actually, let's use the smart selector. There. I want to say this is part of the thing. It's fine. Like, as long as we get rid of some of the stuff, the underlayer will fill in, will inform. Because it's really just the wings we need. Yeah. Pulled a heist in his room, take my your pilfered prawn to the bathroom, quick pride reading session. Fill up the old spank bank for later as well. Yeah, I did that with as well. I'm pretty sure all the young boys at that age were curious. Ah! Boop, boop. There we go. Well, this is working out quite well. I'm liking how this is going. May have to get rid of some of these more brighter pixels, but these ones. There's this thing. What the hell this is. There's something there, I think. Okay, no, there's nothing there. Oh. Da, 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 da. That works for me. What are we creating? We're creating... Well, I can actually show you. Open up this. So we... Okay, hold on. Back it up. Star Citizen. We go into mining mode. Oh, we have to do it down here. So we created this, which is an icon for our Elgato Stream Deck. I based it off of this because who was it? Tech Zero gave me an icon pack, a Star Citizen specific icon pack, and I was looking through it. I'm like, hey, there's some really cool icons in here, but I want ones that are more Anvil specific. So I'm going through and I'm recreating the icon pack with Anvil specific features. For example, the Anvil color scheme, which is like this teal color, kind of greenish color, instead of like the Aegis blue UI. This one icon, Exodus, probably took me most of the day. Because mostly was, I wanted to get like a nice shape for the Hornet. So we're working on this. So we're working on a landing mode. We already have, the Hornet Mark 1 with the wings actually put out. So I want one with the wings swept back so I can have like a landing mode toggle icon. We already have kind of the idea in our icon pack, which is the unfurl furl. This, right? This icon. And of course they have a landing gear thing too. Or the gear down, gear up. So for the gear up and down toggle, I can make a version of the Hornet where the wings are out. That's landing gear up. And I can make one for when the wings are swept back for like landing gear down. And I can have the buttons swap between those two icons. Or I could do like they did here and have just like a little representation of like the landing gear itself. Or we can have like this. I haven't quite decided what I want for change states. VTOL toggle. They have this for VTOLs. I actually kind of like this one for power. I'm also looking at making a one for power. Let's see this. Yeah. So I want the icons off this. I apparently just dragged that out. I want the icons off this. The ammo. This for weapons, for engines, for shields, and then quantum, and then maybe get like little icon for like the power generator, the battery or something. Or this little. Probably this lightning bolt right here would be a good idea for power. I have ideas, Exodus. I have ideas, and since I'm making this, I'll probably slap it together and maybe make a pack for everybody. They zip up a pack for everybody. But yeah. Since it's probably gonna be pretty nice looking. I'm trying to make it nice enough so that I can give it to people. For the community. Someone's probably already did this, but I'm doing it. Because I'm stubborn. And I'm learning how to use the new GIMP program. I downloaded a new version of GIMP and I had a problem today. I couldn't figure out why the where is it? Let's see, preferences. I couldn't figure out why when I went to delete something, it wasn't deleting very cleanly. It was like, it was kind of leaving some transparency effects. It wasn't deleting all the pixels in a very crisp, clean manner. So I had to find, what was it, feathering? Tool options or something. Can't remember where the option was. Oh yeah, it's under like edit or something. But there's a yeah. So that affects which when I went to delete stuff, it didn't delete everything. It left some semi-transparent pixels with different levels of opacity, leading out to the item I wanted to keep. That's called feathering. The opposite of feathering is called sharpness. And so I was able to figure that out today after like an hour of pulling my hair out. And so I'm learning. I'm learning how to use the program. Which makes me a better person in my mind, right? That I woke up this morning, I didn't really feel like playing Star Citizen. So we're doing something Star Citizen related. And I just wanted to be more creative today. I just wanted to listen to some music. And make some art. Make something. Produce something of value to somebody. I mean, it's not much value, but it is value. And we can just talk. We watched Kevin was here. Kevin, he's from South Korea, and we talked about coffee and tea. Right? I mean, we had a conversation about American coffee, cowboy coffee specifically. We watched a video that explained how to make coffee the old-fashioned way, the way cowboys used to make it. It was just a bucket and some fire. And I thought that was pretty entertaining. Because Kevin wanted to know, do we have tea in America? Of course, we were joking about, well, no, it's in Boston Harbor. Most of the tea we used to have, we spilled in Boston Harbor. But yeah, we talked about coffee. How Americans drink their coffee. We don't really drink coffee anymore, Americans. It's mostly like... It's coffee-flavored sugar. We talked about... I don't know if Exodus, if you ever encountered this, but you're probably old enough to remember coffee service. Where you go into a sit-down restaurant or like a cafe or something. Or you go into a diner and they charge you coffee by the hour, right? That blows away when I described it to some younger folks. Like, yeah, coffee by the hour for like $1.25 or $1.50. You walk into a diner, you sit down, they ask you what you want, and it's just coffee service. And you hand them $1.50, and you get to stay in there in the diner for an hour or so until they kick you out, and they stop by every so often to top you up on some more piping coffee. Hey, Captain West, thanks for that raid. I appreciate it. We're doing some creative art today. We didn't actually play any Star Citizen. So, for all you raiders coming in, normally we would be playing Star Citizen, but we're not. Get you a shout out to Captain, ex-Captain West. Describe your day in Star Citizen, Captain West. Tell us what you did. 807. How about a Peppo? I have a Peppo. Nice. Look at that dancing. I have a space one too. Look at that. We also have our version of a salute. Are you enjoying the new VR mode? Let's see here. I need to get like more stuff. There's my version of the salute with the flannel shirt. Figured I wanted one instead of just using 07. So sometimes I make my own emotes, and this is what we're making. So I have a stream deck. I have an Elgato stream deck, courtesy of Exodus in my stream chat, one of my longtime supporters. We've known each other for such a long time. I can probably call him a friend. Oh, okay. Probably, you know. But I just wanted to know what you did today, Captain West. What'd you do in Star Citizen? So we're making icons. We got this cool little one of our other supporters, Tech Zero. He sent us an icon pack, specifically for Star Citizen. It has some cool stuff like the Scorpius in it, it's the Corsair for like landing gear, stuff like that, and it had. Where is it? Yeah, it had this icon specifically. And I'm like, that's a cool icon. I like that idea of that icon, but I want one for a Hornet because I'm an Anvil fanboy, right? I have several Anvil emotes, Anvil specific emotes on my channel. And I'm thinking to myself, I can do that. I can make that, right? Anvil. I could make that Anvil, and I did. And let's see here. Do I have it still up? Yes. So here's that. Here's that compared to this guy over here. So you can kind of tell. So this is for the Elgato Stream Deck. It's basically this. It's the same emote, right? It's the same icon, just with the anvil colors, right? And a Hornet, Mark 1 Hornet to be precise. I could do one with a Mark 2 Hornet, but Mark 1's where I really fell in love with Star Citizen. So we got that. And as a result, now that I have this, and I have a whole bunch of different layers I can manipulate using this guy, it's 144. So I can come over to here and do Windows. Let's see here, where is it? Layers. So I have a whole bunch of different layers I can mess with. I can change the brackets. Cancel that. I even have a little cock square. I call it the cock square because it was funny. Fuck off, Norris! Oh my god, he does that to me every time. He's like, Vertigo, those wings. It's like every time. He's like, Vertigo, those wings are uneven. Just fuck off. Alright. What would you say to a nice cup of tea, Reverend? Feck off, cup. That's just kind of how it. What was that, Father Ted? I don't know if everyone's ever seen Father Ted. It's great. It's a British comedy. We love British comedies on this channel. What do you say to a cup?
Hello to you all. Is the television broken again, Father?
Yes, we had a bit of trouble
Never you
with
mind. There's nothing wrong with it that can't be fixed with a bit of you-know-what in the head department. Now then, who's for tea?
Me, please, Mrs. Doyle. Tea! Feck! I'm fine, Mrs. Doyle.
You won't have a cup.
No, thanks, Mrs. Doyle. Honestly, I won't have a cup.
Are you sure now it's hot?
No, I'm not in the mood, thanks.
All right, so. I go on, would you not have a drop?
No, thanks anyway,
Just a
Mrs.
little
Doyle.
cup.
I'm fine.
Go on.
No, really.
I'll tell you what, Father. I'll pour
Seriously?
a cup for you anyway. And you can have it if you want. Now. And what do you say to a cup?
Feck off, cup!
He loves his cup of tea.
Feck off!
There you go.
Feck off!
There you go. But yeah, we're having a pretty good stream today. We're just chilling and making making emotes. And I can use these for emotes too. Because I have a really high quality, you know, Hornet Mark 1. Probably the highest quality Hornet Mark 1 I've ever done. Alright, so let's get back in here and, like, start clipping. But it took me a while to get, like, the composition I wanted. Oh, fuck off. Guys, I'm never going to live this down. Toolbox, we need to do 1 pixel. Zoom in. Something like that. I mean, we'll get it all done eventually, one of these days. What do you say to some uneven wings, Vertigo? Feck off, wings. Feck off. Get some of these high, bright points off here. You like that? I'm glad I can share these things with you, Northhammer. You can enjoy your day. I just had that moment from Father Ted lives with me. What would you say? Nice cup of tea. Feck off, cup! He loves his tea. Feck off! A part where she pours hot tea on his hands and burns him. That's also pretty funny. Oh, sure you don't want some tea, Father? No, I'm good. I'm not going to have you. I'll just hands him a cup and then just pours it on him. Brutal fatality. Something like that. I think I cut a little too much out of there. I don't know. It's probably good enough. Oh. Yeah, it's definitely okay. I just realized. Yeah, we definitely move this layer up. Or this layer down. That's a little bit better. They're lined up a little bit better. Okay, so this is landed. Landing mode. Hornets. Fatality. Ah! I love it. Okay. So, zoom in. Get some more racing done. There's another really good track from like the Stellaris soundtrack. Dun, 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 dun. What is this track, Vertigo? The Imperial Fleet. Alright, cool. And then this last little bit cut here. And then we'll just like detail work after that. Oh boy. Did I? There we go. Yeah, select none. Magic selection one, delete that. Awesome. And then we just need to cut the wings out. But we need to clean up this little bit right here. A little bit of whiteness. Even though you probably wouldn't even recognize these pixels. Mm-hmm. Some of these pixels are just a little too bright. Don't forget to save your work where to go every so often. That one, that one. All right. I'm going to make sure to save it. And then, here's the fun part. Because of the way this thing's set up, select all. We can just like increase the size of the brush to some ridiculous level. Oops. And erase, erase, erase. Like that. Look how quick that was, right? Now we have a Hornet in landing mode. Of course, we need to like fix this up here because we can actually have problems in this area, but last vestiges of the wing. Oh, fuck off. There we go. I could have copy and pasted like the whole thing too. That would have worked. I learned this trick on doing another emote, I think, a while ago. But there you go. You now have a Hornet in landing mode, and I just have to, like, fuck with them. Now we have a bunch of work to do. Save. Bunch of work to do tomorrow. But tomorrow's gonna be MechWarrior 5. Right? MechWarrior 5 clans. Get out of here. I just need a reminder to do more work on this stuff. But yeah, that control button. And so we can do the same with like the flights. Like this thing. We can actually just delete that. Delete. What is this? Copy. Salvage. There we go. Paste. There we go. Yeah, and then we have like mining switches. You can go to salvage, controls, go to turret, we can go back to controls. So you have a flight mode folder. Isn't it wonderful? And then we'll have more stuff like brought out, flight ready, toggle power. Probably just a lightning bolt from like the anvil ship, and we'll get rid of these orange. Not quite sure what we're gonna use for call, but this works. Call ATC. That's it for today. I've had enough streaming. Sure. What are we doing? So we also did a bug report today, which is good on us. Pat our backs. Good job, Vertigo. So let's find someone to host. Hit refresh here on Twitch. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, Blue Spark TV. Blue Spark rated us one day. What did we learn today? How to make emotes. How to make emotes. All right. So we'll be back tomorrow, Monday, on, let's see here, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be doing MechWarrior 5 Clans. Try to get through that tomorrow. Get to the DLC. And then Tuesday, Wednesday is going to be our day off. We'll be back on Thursday with more Star Citizen. So you can check us out then. And of course, we're going to be chopping away at these emotes and icons for Star Citizen. Try to make an icon pack for the Elgato Stream Deck. It's something I haven't done before, and I need to work on art because I need to be better at art because we want to do more YouTube videos, and YouTube videos require art. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast. If you did, hit that follow button on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. But if not, enjoy your weekend. It is still Sunday for a few more hours.